Oh my god, Kate and Christopher Freeland. That's hilarious. Or
For me, it's an issue of transparency. We were in an election, and I don't have fundamentally a problem with the mayor of the biggest city in the country getting more powers. I mean, we've seen it in other cities, we've seen it in America, we've seen it in Europe, so I don't have fundamentally a problem with more powers. What I have a problem with, and I think what the electorate has a problem with, is finding out after that. Is finding out, well, just trust me. Well, no, we don't ask for the trust after the fact. You don't let trust before and take it to the electorate. I mean, John Tory likely would have very much still won with the same amount of votes. But you can't come up after the fact and tell people this is how it's done, and this is what we're going to do, and then just say, trust me. We've seen too many times at every level, whether it's the federal government, the EA Act, whether it's the provinces using the notwithstanding clause, and now we've got these baffling materials, and I think over time, people turn around and say, why should I trust you? You can't get stuff done when you're elected if there's someone who built up these powers, these backroom deals to get stuff done. It doesn't sit well and should sit well first. So I think it's a transparency. I don't have a problem because I have a radio show. So the housing prices and so there's a lot of crime, and yet no one really talked about it, and no one talked about the elephant in the room that no one knew existed. So I promise you, this wouldn't stop had anyone known.
Did you want to go back to that issue that I saw you shaking your head about? I know you suggested that and it was actually one of the few instances where the government did not award a ministerial authority to a zoning order to push it through. So in fact, getting into Eric's point, the federal government, like any provincial government, if they wanted to upzone neighborhoods tomorrow, if they wanted to approve that, in other words, they can do whatever they want. They can change the name of Toronto to Fort Nation if they chose to, although please don't share that suggestion because it might happen. And the reality is, the government of Ontario is not actually acting on the hyperbole and the rhetoric that they're expressing about housing. And now we are caught in this sort of gaslighting, red herring debate about strong mayor power that should not be used by any democracy. So, I only want to just correct the record about how that sort of happened. Ultimately, by Derek's point earlier, yes, it was a shameful vote turnout in the municipal election, but as it was with the provincial election too, it was actually the unprecedented vote turnout in the provincial election, which is again another matter about the health of our democracy. But what John Tory and Doug Ford did further hurts and diminishes our democracy. It actually tells people that your voice doesn't matter, your elected representative's voice doesn't matter. And yes, John Tory has a mandate for the entire city, but collectively, the city council is two together. And we are supposed to have votes together. And I had a higher margin. We can compare these things. The reality is that we elect a council to Karen's point, that there should be a check and balance. It doesn't, it's not long in our history where we can recount Rob Ford's tenure as mayor. And under, actually, Karen at times, when it came to transit and other important priorities to us, if she and we didn't have the majority of votes to contest when Rob Ford wanted to just completely destroy Transit City or other matters, we wouldn't be able to keep him in check. And when he went through, a sensational episode where our democracy, the function of our city was in question. It was because he didn't have this minority rule power that the majority council was able to keep. You can argue how well it was done, but at least keep the machine moving.
But Karen, let me circle back to something you said, which was, and the whole point we're told of this new law is that it's the only way to get houses built, enough houses built, without all of the NIMBYism and other obstacles that get in the way. And you said, no, it won't. How do you know? How do you know that it will get more homes built?
I can guarantee you we'll get any more homes built. But the other thing that I find just delightful is that the last time I was on your show in person, we were debating the reduction of council from 45 to 25. And the theory was it would make council run so much more efficiently. Well, it's running so much more efficiently now, it actually needs to be 8. Right? So on its face, that argument had zero merit. Houses are being built all over the city all the time, every day. John Tory used to tout that we had the most cranes in North America building housing in our city, and that's why you can't go down any street without running into construction. So the entire notion that we need these powers to get housing built is nonsense. Just complete nonsense. The issue with Comer, that would not have been fixed with any intervention of a strong mayor. That was a bureaucratic response, and as Josh pointed out, Councillor Allen pointed out, the council was in favor. Council was in favor. It was a local MPP who was not. Who carried the day. Now, to your point, will more housing get built? No. There's approved housing today that has been canceled because of interest rates. And when we look at what's happening in the Greenbelt, the land purchases that have been happening over the last couple of weeks in advance of this announcement, nobody pays $50 million at an interest rate of 23% to build housing. And that's what is happening. There is no affordable housing that will come out of this at all. If the government was serious about affordable housing, they would have bought the land in the Greenbelt. They could have purchased it and actually built affordable housing. They didn't. So there's a lot of people that are winning. It's not going to be people that need housing.
Go ahead. I think there are a lot of misconceptions in this argument, right? Because I hear this as an housing advocate all the time. Oh, look at all the cranes. There's no housing. But the fact is that such intensity in the scale of these buildings is actually a lot more expensive to build than with frame housing in neighborhoods. And so the fact that a lot of these projects are penciling out actually speaks to the fact that the policies in place do not facilitate the creation of housing in the places that people need living at a reasonable price. And yes, the government actually has a huge impact on both the soft costs of housing projects and the hard costs of materials and labor, because supply chains cannot reorient themselves to other things. Or frequently, if the regulatory environment doesn't exist, such that the risk is always worthwhile. And so when we talk about these stronger mayor powers, do I think that they're healthy for our democracy? No. Do I think they're the right reform for municipal government? No. I'm a strong proponent of having municipal political parties, because at least that way there can be some form of citywide mandate that includes the councillors. But, we see on the last council, we could not legalize literally having roommates in 3/4 of our land area. And, to me, that is something that would absolutely get done under this rule.
Let me pick up on that if I can. I'll really want this, Alex, because, again, this is the explanation that provincial government is given. There's too much NIMBYism. There are too many councillors who don't want to see gentle increases in density in their wards, so the explanation goes. And therefore, we need to have it in such a way where the mayor and third councilman get together. That's enough. You find that argument?
No. I don't like any politician says anymore, because we've seen to know I don't, because get the talk, don't get the walk. It's not enough to have the headlines in the news all the time about what we're going to do. Do it. The calls I get from people are, I don't want to hear about it anymore. I just want to see it, get it done. So when
All these people have obviously never worked in customer service.
Talk it 3 or 4 years before a shovel can move something out, because it has to be planned. Municipalities are going to have to deal with the infrastructure. Nothing's going to be built overnight. And what people are being filled with is this hope of something that's not going to exist for many, many years. And we're so far behind. And I mean, frankly, when stats can coming out of the warning, by the way, there's 6 million people coming from Province, Ontario over the next 2 decades. I mean, where have they been? What have people been? What is the Win, the Ginty government? What have all these governments been doing? Well, they're announcing all the housing that never seems to get built. Ever. Like, if we get the announcements, we don't get the housing.
Let me plug something out of that and put it straight, which is one of the other criticisms we period of this is that
Anyway.
the servicing of the land that is now going to be built on, which maybe wasn't intended built on before, is important. So much of time, I know all of that you got to give a service land to make it eligible for people to live there. And that's going to cost municipalities untold amounts of money going down the road, which has not been factored in. Taxpayers, you're right, exactly. Which has not been factored into any of this.
Hey, it's Friday. Look at that.
With respect to the strong mayor's powers, is that what
We should know Friday.
Well, the fact that they're going to be able to start building, not their words, my words, is willy-nilly in all sorts of places which wasn't allowed before, right? It would require a lot of services of land that was otherwise unanticipated. And municipal taxpayers will have to pay for that. And there's no provision in any of the provincial legislation to account for that.
Oh. Ow.
And that's okay.
What the fuck?
We have to kind of appreciate that there's still elements of input from both municipality and local constituents on how these units are going to come online and how services these units are going to be provided through finance or attributed to that housing project. Right? So despite the fact that you're increasing the hours to the mayor, despite the fact that the province is coming in and restructuring the way that development churches happen, there's still a element of local decision making that is embedded in that process where local constituents, local councillors are going to have an opportunity to tell municipal decision makers, whether it's on the side of the city staff or on the side of the political arm of the city government, how they want to see things built. The interesting thing about the strong mayor's bill, it will give the mayor the opportunity to prioritize what projects come to council first and how those projects move through council in an expedited way. And I actually don't think that's a bad thing because it helps us bring that kind of housing online more quickly. And that's not just market-based housing, that is affordable housing as well. I mean, you look at some of our colleagues that are in the affordable housing space, Habitat for Humanity, Indiewell, they're sitting there in some cases waiting for permits to be issued to bring in some of that service that you're talking about. Now they have a mechanism to lobby the mayor's office or local city councilors to bring some of that online.
They lobby council, they have no power.
So, I mean, you still have to get full councilors online.
Josh is my counselor, and I'm going to handle it when something on this yesterday.
I looked at how you think, all this and we have more time to read. The reality is, first of all, even though your question was wonderful, it was on Bill 23. We have so many of these sort of fireballs being thrown at us that it is easy to sort of conflate them. And that's why I said earlier, this isn't actually about housing Bill 39. This is about a power grab by John Tory to come forward. John Tory, even with this new bill, will not be expediting permits. That's not the way it works. And the reality is, once again, Doug Ford could change things if he wanted to. He's deferring, he's actually neglecting his ability to do so. He's creating this gaslight red area in the strong mayor power. And what we should be debating, frankly, is having forward with these priorities, everything to do with housing and transit, to getting the snow shovel and getting with the very clear solutions that we should address that better and
What?
especially when it comes.
How are you?
Really?
You can't get it?
Oh, my God, this is a pretty good one, bro.
After this municipal election, we find out that John Tory made this request, that he got that request granted, or it seems to be moving in that direction now. He is not disavowing it. And ultimately, Toronto will be the only legislative body in the entire world elected that will have a mayor using minority rule powers is absurd, obscene, and wrong.
Josh doesn't necessarily have the most positive relationship with Mayor Tory, if I can put it that way. But you have a really good relationship with Mayor Tory. Yes, okay. Let me ask you, why would he want this? Why would he put a target on his own back by asking for these extraordinary powers that no one in his Josh's legislature will have?
I'm not going to speak to why John accepted this and why he advocated for it if in fact he did. I don't know. Those are conversations I've had with him about this matter. What I do think is that it leads to lazy decision making. Meaning that the Ford government just they just decided the Greenbelt's now open for development without actually thinking through what that might mean. Now we actually have a home builders association that thinks the mayor can expedite permits, which they can't. It has people believe that we're going to actually have rooming houses approved, but they're not. And so all of it creates and feeds into a level of cynicism, which I think is really bad for the republic, body republic, as it were. And I think it's bad for decision makers, and it's bad for every level of government authority. And also, what really is, from my perspective, the most damaging is the fact that we do have a housing crisis. And so while we're having this little discussion about what's going on here, we're not actually fixing the real issue, which is how do we afford to embrace 6 million people in Ontario over the next, it's not just housing. It's not just housing. Sorry, but it's not just housing, it's transportation, it's school. Why do you want to build an entire new city within a city and not one ounce of money goes to education?
We need school capacity, we need child care, we need parks, the infrastructure, which we have dirt
We have a budget for it.
That's a priority when we're talking about these things, right? I agree with that. Just to hear his point, on movie houses, the irony is, I think I heard it said that John Tory, even with his meager, relatively strong mayor powers that he has today, has been successful in roughly 96% of the votes. So the rooming houses vote may be the one kind of consequential one that he said he didn't have the other with the new election being over, we have the majority of votes for rooming houses. He's not lost on the 30 other housing-related items in council. So it also begs the question that you posed to Karen, which of course none of us really know the answer to. Why would he request these undemocratic powers? And I don't know if anyone can answer that other than John Tory. But frankly, I think the city is moving faster and further with enhanced housing opportunities in neighborhoods than the provincial government is doing in Bill 23. The city is moving forward with not enough, not good enough, but frankly far more than the province has on substantive housing-related priorities.
Look, maybe you could help us with this, because the conventional wisdom today is that the Mayor of Toronto asked the Premier of Ontario for these powers, and the Premier of Ontario, even though he didn't campaign on it, granted him this authority. Do you know that to be, in fact, the case?
I can't speak to that. I'm not privy to conversations that the mayor would have with the premier. I do know that within the provincial government prior to the election, there was a sentiment that a lot of priority housing initiatives may have moved through municipalities at a rate that was slower than desired, which could contribute to a supply issue within the province. And there was a serious discussion around how can we make these processes quicker.
And I see a real question as a follow-up now. Okay, you used to work for Steve Clark. I did municipal affairs and housing minister, yes. One sentence still. Okay, he used to be a mayor. He was. Can you imagine when he was a mayor, whether he would have thought this was kosher?
I can't speak to that either. There's discussions on strong mayor powers, to be completely honest, happened after my tenure in his office.
And he's totally outside of all of this.
I think the provincial government is looking for ways to work with municipalities to move processes when it comes to home building. It's not like it's totally outside of all of this. The short answer is potato actually municipalities. That's what's hard. I can't speak to the political sentiment around mayor powers within the government, because again, that happened at a time after I was the chief of staff. But I will say that the government has been focused on trying to find ways to shorten those processes that are needed to build these processes. Because there is a supply crisis in this country or in this province. We have to build 150,000 homes year over year for the next 10 years. And to put in perspective, the best housing start we had on record was the 2020, I believe, and we built 100,000 homes. So we have to increase that efficiency by 50% consistently over the next 10 years. So it doesn't surprise me that the province is looking at, let's call it pretty significant measures through Bill 3, through Bill 23, and through Bill 39 to move these processes along more quickly. Because the convention, at least is that there is some sort of tension or delay in the system that is happening at the municipal level. Now, I can appreciate that there is more to that argument. There's a lot of municipalities coming out and saying, well, there are people sitting on approved plots, the market is fluctuating, supply chain, et cetera. But a lot of what the government has done through the waterway law, which always came out of the 23 has been focused on getting these municipal processes more streamlined.
I get it. But you're hearing pushback on the table here, on our radio show, in the broader public, that this isn't the way to do it. If this was the aim, is there a better way? Is there a better way for it to be done?
I think there is a better way for it to be done. I think, first of all, where I get to the housing affordability task force made recommendations in which, increasing density in existing neighborhoods was a major theme of that report. 4 stories and 4 units by right. And I do think that we suffer, especially when we're really clear. Because then his former boss said there's no support for that. Yeah, and so he's talking about how bold, he's about housing and standing up to the NIMBYs, in which case, the policy, the number one policy that was recommended to both. So, is Steve Clark now the big banana? I don't know. But I think what we're suffering from in this province, in particular at this level, is a shortage of imagination because when it comes to these changes, for example, to development charges that are reducing budgets, well, the goal here really should be about, okay, well, you can increase the amount of development charges you collect by making sure more housing gets built, and you can reduce the amount of infrastructure investments that you need to make by ensuring that that housing is directed to places where ample infrastructure already exists. And if you look at Toronto, or if you look at Mississauga, more than half of neighborhoods are losing population. We have schools throughout the city that are at risk of closure because not enough children live near them to go to. So we have this huge misallocation of public resources and this huge lack of imagination of how we can get people participating to build housing. And one of the best ways you can do it is allowing people, especially older homeowners who have families, they see their children move out, and they love to stay in their communities. And that gives them an opportunity to participate, even in a do-it-yourself fashion, to contribute to solutions.
Let me go over here. I want to talk to people every day. You talk to lots of people, you talk to your listeners every day. I want to know if they're more upset at the notion of a 4-story something being built in their neighborhoods to accommodate, I guess, the general density that they call it, or are they more, are they offended at that notion, or are they saying, yes, build it, bring it on, we need more offices?
The sentiment is just do it. I mean, to your point, thinking outside the box, we have hundreds of government buildings, whether it's federal, provincial, or municipal, and they sit vacant and they do nothing for years other than collect dust. Those are the kinds of things that could be retrofitted, could be made into co-ops, could be made into affordable housing. That stuff doesn't happen, so they'll sit there for the next 20 years, and that's a lost opportunity. If you want to solve crisis, start thinking outside the box now, and not 10 years from now.
That's crazy. Because I was wondering what whip was in Parliament. The insured parties just for the legislature. If you ensure the party vote according to the party platform rather than according to individual ideology or the will of donor separate constituents, declare the party impulses to try to ensure that football party license. Attend voting sessions and vote according to the constitution policy. Members who vote against their party policy may lose with being effectively expelled from the party. This can be taken from the Whitaker hearing during a hunt. Tried to prevent hounds from wandering away from a hunting hunt. Teacher Whitney removed the certain legislature. No. Wait a second. Are you serious? Um, After reading this, you can receive the repeater dictates to the computer. He prefers typing and particularly prefers it to pen and paper. Okay. Now, next. Next. Stop listening. I had a nice weekend. I had a nice weekend. I had a nice weekend. Oh, cool. Show speech options. Show speech options. Really? Show speech options. Cool. Start speech tutorial. Start speech tutorial. Start speech tutorial. Next. Show speech options. Show speech options. Speech options. Show speech options. Hey, cool. Start speech tutorial. Hide speech recognition. Show speech recognition. Show speech recognition.
Show speech recognition. Hide speech recognition.
This is stupid.
Oh, you fucking bitch.
What can I say? Cool. That worked way better. Next. I am now using speech recognition. I am now using speech recognition.
I am now using speech recognition.
To dictate the computer. To dictate the computer? Period.
Period.
Talking to the computer is easier. Why are you making me say weird shit?
Talking to the computer is easier than using the keyboard. Than using the keyboard. Than using the keyboard.
Fuck this. At least I know my microphone works. Can we like oh cool. Fantastic. Seems like it's not somebody I don't understand. Sometimes and you listen to me. There's no direction. Can't you didn't know what to do. Oh yeah. Wait, what? Ew, really? Gross. Only if you pay me. And not in Bitcoin. Okay, whatever. You know what? If I could cut off my own feet, I literally would. See, they're disgusting. I told you. If you pay up, bitch. This is not an OnlyFans. I go whatever the fuck I want. I can wear fucking mittens on my feet if I fucking want. Look at it. Especially with the like oh yeah. 1772. First recorded use of the term. This song thanks to examples from use of the term predates 1772 and the fields within the context of such smooth of terms that the first known parliamentary instance. Okay. The Westminster system. So, oh yeah. We can party with not having a common communication with reaching between the conference and the common free prepared and distribute vote sheets identifying the party position for each bill and also comes with some options scheduled speakers from different parties for various bills versus the vote sheet. Hmm? Beautiful dad showing two suckers continue first in my graduate commercial review books. So efficient party weekly gift. Okay, bro, you don't exist, okay? It's literally a bra that's like made so tight, and you just pull it the back skin, and you pull it up to the front. Otherwise, from the window to the wall. Under bras to make it look like there's something there. Ugh. Shit. My man. Like, Christ, it is.
Bill 1, the Alberta Sovereignty Within a United Canada Act, is a first step in standing up for Albertans and pushing Ottawa back into its own lane. When passed, this legislation will create a constitutional legal framework for Alberta to push back against federal interference and encroachment. We've been ignored for 10 years. The former Premier, Rachel Notley, tried the Climate Leadership Plan to get a better relationship with Ottawa. It failed. Former Premier Jason Kenney tried to have a collaborative relationship with Stephen Guilbeault and Quebec to get elected, but it failed. We put forward an equalization referendum to try to start a conversation to change the relationship with Ottawa. It failed. So now we're going to try something new. I think we've got their attention.
But that Rachel Notley girl, she was the one who set up she was one of the pipelines that was in BC that everyone was protesting. It was going to go through Quebec.
Power over our natural resources that they have recognized our industrial pricing program.
It's something to do with Russia. Like we had a pipeline for propane for them already, and they kept turning it down because the protests in BC.
Our neighboring province of Saskatchewan has introduced the
And
Saskatchewan
they kept canceling on it, and she was like, "Hey, this is the last time I'm not fucking doing it. Like, we're not doing this again because the company that we're doing it with is getting impatient with us, like constantly saying yes and no and yes and no." And then when she finally said no, JCK came on, and Putin was like, "I'll take it if you guys don't want it."
We're proud to be among the first provinces to build a growing movement centered around respect for constitutional rights and freedoms.
Danielle Smith says she wants to try something new. And what she wants to try is to give herself dictatorial powers in this province to be able to ram through whatever legislation she wants. And that is certainly nothing that any government anywhere in Canada has a mandate to do. And it's certainly something that Danielle Smith and the UCP do not have a mandate with, only about leader of the party and in turn the premier of our province. She wants to give herself the power to go behind closed doors and rewrite laws.
And what was that last thing about weight loss? What?
It just doesn't get much better than Italy. The art, the architecture, and maybe most of all, the food. Italy's economy relies on all of us thinking exactly that. The food industry here is one of the country's greatest sources of wealth, but nearly the entire food supply chain has been infiltrated by one familiar force, the mafia. The mob has taken over parts of food production, transportation, and distribution, and is pulling in $1 billion a year by doing so. It's an elaborate setup that is almost entirely hidden from the few outsiders. And for most people that have seen it and tried to expose it, they've quickly found themselves in grave danger.
La zona è territorio semplice, però al confine con Salvio Loro. È l'unico personale però grossi nella finanza. Tutti voi conoscete le dinamiche del territorio, le caratteristiche determinate. Soggetti che sono particolari, non cadere in una provocazione, mi raccomando.
Inside Sicily's never-be national park is the village of Cesaro, which has gained a reputation as a mob town. These cops are headed to make sure farms in the area aren't making money for the mafia.
Dal territorio ci sarò che è inserito nel testo del parco dei metodi, è un territorio particolare anche per spesso le persone, alcune delle leggi sono legate alla comunità locale, alla mafia dei passi.
Possiamo resettare, prendi il gear down, batteria,
Lavoratori, le auto in circuito, target massimo 5 linee, l'elicottero sta arrivando.
The Carabinieri are one of Italy's main law enforcement agencies. Today, they're going to a property belonging to a pig farmer.
Per quando arriviamo sul target tendiamo che io con il tramite dei cacciatori in quale stazione entriamo.
But it's not just any pig farmer. Back in 2019, he was a part of a group of suspects investigated for taking part in a mafia scheme to rip off farmer subsidies. The case is still ongoing. There's Carabinieri Special Forces checking out this entire farmhouse for agricultural crimes that may be committed here on this property. They're trying to calm the owner down, but he's extremely upset.
Ma noi che la funziona? Signor Poli, no, adesso deve essere stato come ora io sto venendo con la massima disponibilità e educazione.
dal 2015 non ne facciamo più, comandante, non ne facciamo più. Dovete andarlo a dire a mafia di colletti bianchi, ma quelli non noi, se non le minacce che ti fanno è venuto a mettere la buona a mafia, sono stato portativo, sono stato. Voi lo sapete, non c'è bisogno di chiamare a me.
This type of operation is routine.
Wow.
Today, no one was arrested. But the Carabinieri say these searches help them gather information about what the mob might be up to. They've even got a nickname for gangsters who focus on agricultural crimes. They're called the Agro Mafia.
Questi sono i bottoni che smettono.
alle orecchie degli animali per poter essere poi registrati. Quelli usati ci possono essere qualora gli animali collegati a questi segnali sono stati denunciati come spartiti o vaccinati. Allora questa cosa non fosse accaduta, vuol dire che c'è l'indennità dell'animale che non esiste.
You saw the carbon area roll up, helicopters swooped in. What was going through your mind? What were you thinking?
La cosa che mi ha fatto innervosire è stata sola, che doveva passare il messaggio che questa è un'azienda mafiosa, perché noi non lo siamo mai stati già da lontano, ma avevo visto la presenza delle forze dell'ordine, ma non ho avuto nessun problema davanti alla porta della mia azienda.
Do you think that you and your family have been treated unfairly today?
Hanno fatto il loro lavoro che permettono la nostra azienda è sempre aperta alle forze dell'ordine e quanto riguarda la famiglia Foti, lo sottolineo, la mafia ci fa schifo.
For many people who've never been to Sicily, and quite a few tourists who have, this area is best known because of a classic movie. The real-life Sicilian mafia, known as Cosa Nostra, is about 150 years old and was the original brand of what we have come to know as the mafia. Back then, self-declared men of honor banded together to strong-arm lemon farmers into paying them protection money. Over the next century, the mafia broke into different groups and began using similar tactics in nearly all parts of Italian society. By the 1980s and 90s, the mafia had overrun much of the country with theft, drug running, extortion, and executions.
Io non sono pentito perché non ho niente da cosa pentire. Quello che ero io non condivido quella struttura di rappresentare.
One of the few people who dared to fight back was a judge named Giovanni Falcone, who launched a massive investigation.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister is saying he's protecting public safety, but the crime rates are.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister is saying he's protecting public safety, but the crime rates are skyrocketing in this country. Neighborhood homicides have not been this high since 2005. Violent crime is up by a third since he took government 7 years ago. Canadians are seeing this every day in the news in our communities, and we're now reporting a plan for fighting crime. You want to know what it is, Mr. Speaker? It's going after hunters and farmers. The tools that hunters and farmers use every day safely in this country. That is what the Liberal Prime Minister is targeting now, Mr. Speaker. So when is he going to stop this unfair attack on our hunters and farmers and start going after the real problem, gangsters and criminals in our cities, Mr. Speaker?
We know that the responsible approach to keeping our community safe needs to have multiple facets, and that's exactly what we're doing by freezing the market on handguns, by investing more in CBSA so they can interdict illegal firearms coming into this country, and yes, moving forward to ensure that it is no longer legal to buy, sell, own, or use military-style assault weapons in this country, something the Conservative Party wants to reverse. We're on top of that, continuing to invest in police officers, despite the fact that the Conservatives slashed resources for policing, and we're continuing to invest in community programs and safety.
Even the Prime Minister continues to deny he's going after hunting rifles, but I'm looking at the list right now, and it's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of perfectly common, reasonable, and legitimate hunting rifles, Mr. Speaker. And you don't have to take my word for it. Take hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands already of hunters that have reached out to MPs across every party in this chamber, including Liberal members from rural Canadian seats. I know that they've received these emails as well, Mr. Speaker. No one believes that going after hunters and farmers is going to solve the crime issue under this Prime Minister's watch, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps the Prime Minister believes that he's just trying to change the channel from his film record on public safety. When will he stop his honorable private?
Safety when he's only looked at the previous conservative government that continued to put forward a supposed tough on crime agenda that couldn't get any of those supposedly tougher laws to actually stick, Mr. Speaker. The fact that they kept getting struck down time and time again by the courts indicated how wrong they are, not just in their legislation, but in their attempts to keep Canadians safe. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the aisle, we're focused on evidence-based policy. We're focused on ensuring that we're supporting communities, we're investing in police, and we're strengthening them. We are
Alberta Premier Danielle Smith is walking back a key promise to some of her main supporters. She's taking action personally to protect the unvaccinated from what she calls discrimination. Just making one amendment to one bill was not going to protect the rights and freedoms of citizens next time around, so we realized it had to be a much broader review of legislation, probably much broader changes. There was the Premier yesterday explaining why she will not be seeking to change Alberta's Human Rights Act to protect people who choose not to be vaccinated. She had promised that change would be one of her priorities for the legislature's fall session, which begins today with the speech from the throne. Instead, Smith and her cabinet say they are speaking directly to groups with vaccine mandates, a move the opposition calls an intimidation tactic. So Natalie Collada begins our coverage there this morning. Natalie, tell us about the change in Alberta and what's behind it.
Good morning, Heather. Yes, Smith appears to be backing away from one of those key promises last month. She said making a change to Alberta's Human Rights Act to prevent employers from refusing to hire someone who is unvaccinated was one of her priorities for that fall sitting, which of course starts this afternoon. And it appears that now the Mending That Act is no longer happening. The government house there said the government instead is going to focus on other things, specifically affordability issues and the Alberta Sovereignty Act. And now at a press conference yesterday, the Premier said she will still work to protect the rights of those who are unvaccinated, but it would be without that legislation. Smith says she will personally call Alberta businesses who have a COVID-19 mandate, ask them to reconsider it. And she gave the example of what happened with the upcoming Arctic Winter Games.
Calling people who when I hear these instances, there was an instance where, for instance, the Arctic Winter Games wanted $1.2 million from us to support their effort, and they were discriminating against the athletes, telling them they had to be vaccinated. So we asked them if they would reconsider their vaccination policy in the light of new evidence, and they did. And I was pleased to see that.
In a statement, the Arctic Winter Games organizers say they made a decision to align with current public health advice. Smith says, though, she will personally call up her businesses who have COVID-19 vaccine mandates, even if they don't depend on government funding, adding she wants people to tell their MLAs about businesses and employers with vaccine mandates.
Reaction has there been to the move so far?
Well, the NDP is calling it irresponsible, worried that Smith and her ministers making these calls will chase away potential investors. Political science professor Lisa Young called the decision not to introduce the legislation for the unvaccinated a significant pivot, and for multiple reasons.
If you introduce legislation and it's debated in the legislature, then the debate over that continues for a period of time. The opposition has a chance to stand up in the legislature and share their views. What she's doing is trying to, on the one hand, keep her supporters happy by saying, look, I'm achieving that objective, but through different means, without having to take the heat.
Oh no, you're not ready to go.
The Premier Smith is set to make her throne speech at about 3 o'clock local time this afternoon, so we'll be watching for that very closely. And Natalie, thank you very much.
Oh my gosh.
analysis as its subordinate rather than its partner.
Daniel Smith unveiled her Alberta Sovereignty Act. The act empowers the Alberta government to work for authority to enforce any federal law or policy it believes harms its sovereignty. The act is already raising questions about its constitutionality. What is the motive behind this power grab? What's the likelihood of powers?
Just a second.
Alright, I go to you. Well, I know it can seem obnoxious to preach when someone gets to health and fitness and never shuts up about it. So I genuinely do try not to inundate everyone here. That said, it is probably my number one primary interest outside of work that I do here on the show. I follow the world very closely, just trying to stay up to date as possible on the latest scientific consensus for hormones, hypertrophy, sleep quality, diet, exercise, how to live a full, energetic, and healthy life. So like anyone, in 2022, what do? We follow a bunch of podcasters, influencers, others, and figure out how we become healthy, and of course, inevitably, like millions of other you eventually come across the liver king. If you're not familiar with liver king, it's almost comical to try and describe who he is. He's a freakishly looking ripped man with a beard and eats raw meat, especially liver. It's the name. He performs outlandish stunts on TikTok and Instagram and preaches a doctrine which we'll get to. If you don't know who he is, here's just a small taste.
This one tastes like strength, courage, mastery, honor. There's some king shit right here. This liver is king.
Yeah, that's basically you're pretty king. Okay, sire, so what? Why should we care? Well, liver king, to me, for more than a year, has that represented everything that is wrong with our current fitness influencer culture, which is ensnaring millions of vulnerable young men, including and especially teenagers, who are genuinely seeking to better their lives but are taken in by outright charlatans. If you listen to the liver king beyond his outlandish short TikToks or Instagram videos, his philosophy is actually very simple. He teaches something called the 9 ancestral tenets: sleep, eat, move, shield, connect, cold, sun, fight, and bond. Now, there's nothing wrong with any of these per se, but the problem comes in the preaching. For liver king, the copious amounts of raw liver that he eats, he has preached his dogmatic dietary aim that if one desires a top tier physique like he has, you should eat only raw meat, no vegetables. You should live exactly as he does. Of course, to live as he does, it's not just about meat. It's about buying his supplements, which he hawks relentlessly, including desiccated animal organ supplements, protein shakes, and a hell of a lot more. This in and of itself, again, is not bad. Much of the liver king message I actually agree with completely. You should avoid processed foods. You should prioritize your sleep. You should go for a walk. You should spend a lot of time in the sun. You should desire to look and to feel better. The issue has now been, over the last year, that Liver King tells millions of people that all you need to do is take his supplements and eat and live as he does, and you too can look exactly like him. When it doesn't take a genius to see that he is using in copious amounts of PEDs. Now, I don't have a problem with steroids. He doesn't negate his obvious rigid dietary adherence or his hard work. It still takes a lot of work to grow that type of muscle. The problem is his denial. Over and over and over again, he denies taking steroids, reiterating that you can look exactly like he does if you just buy his supplements. It's not an exaggeration to say he has lied about this now, but even let's take a listen to a montage which we put together from Derek over the last 4 days, whose broader expose of him that we'll spend some time on later in the show. Let's get to it.
What I'm not going to do is not stuff. The actual steroids that he talks about.
You've never taken steroids.
Never taken steroids. I've never done these other than prioritize, execute, and dominate in my day. Bunch of people keep asking if Liver King is bad. I decided to really base this on shoot my stack. I stack liver and bone marrow every day. I stack the sun and the earth every day. I stack blood burning workouts twice a day, every day. And if you stack the 9 ancestral tenets, you too can express your dominance. By the way, this was my cameraman idea. Tip the hat to him. I don't even know where to get this stuff. I will tell you this. This is still syrup. That
It's unambiguous. Again and again and again. He says he doesn't take steroids, despite his freakish physique. He says all people need to do is follow the 9 ancestral tenets and take his supplements and make it look like he. Well, as now leaked emails to Derek, Workplace Coordinate Show, that is all a complete farce. Liver King, by his own admission, is taking a drug sack that puts professional bodybuilders to shame, including steroids, testosterone, IGF-1 peptides, and several other substances, spending some $12,000 a month on PEDs. It's not a surprise. Look at the guy. But I come back to the lies he has told now over and over again on some of the biggest podcasts in the world, including but not limited to Logan Paul's show, Barstool, so many self-help and fitness podcasts, all of which revel in his antics, his diet, reviews, shock value, while promoting a line which was making him millions of dollars. By his own admission, he made $100 million last year on various supplement brands, making him perhaps one of the single most influential people in the entire world of online health and fitness. All of it was built on a deceitful lie. I want to say again why I care. Because if Liver King had been around, honestly, if he'd been honest, I really don't think it would have hurt. He could have said he lives this way, and yes, he also takes PEDs to enhance his appearance. Take the supplements, you can get a dose of what the Liver King does. Very few would have held it against him. He can do whatever he wants to. His message still would have resonated, but it's the lies, the denials pushed specifically to sell supplements. That's what bothers me. I'm a guy a decade ago, I might have gone. I was fat, I was pudgy, I was active, I was miserable. Like all Americans, I wanted an easy way out. I didn't want to count my macros or drag my ass to the gym to pursue progressive overload and get results over time. I wanted instant gratification. Because I mean, a lot of people want it. I probably would have lots of Liver King supplements if I was 18 years old today. Clearly, a lot of people were doing it too. Maybe that's been back to me. But it's also a symptom of how deep the problem is. A lot of people today, especially men, are miserable, more obese than ever. Testosterone levels are dropping precipitously from where they were just 30 years ago. Masculinity itself has been relegated to discussions on YouTube, discarded by mainstream culture as something to be acted on. In that vacuum arises the Liver King. He's a liar, but he's a mirror to our own broader feelings. In a society where proper discussion of health, fitness, masculinity, diet, and are not properly celebrated, charlatans like him arise to fill the vacuum. It's not a surprise he became popular when he did. And it's venerated, especially today, by teenage boys who are lost in our society. And who have not yet learned the rewards of discipline and hard work can't give you a long-term life. In my opinion, we should look at the Liver King story as a very cautionary tale. And look at it as an opportunity to have more conversations, at least on a mass level, about what it actually means to be healthy and how to get there, and what can realistically look like. What does it mean to be a man? As Richard Reeves laid out so eloquently on our show before, boys and men are across America and in the broader West. Their attraction to people like Liver King is a cry for help. But we must get them. Otherwise, it will just be another person. It's ageless. So, I mean, I went a little meta there, but it's one of those
Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now, and Zachary and I have been brainstorming ways that we can really up our game for this critical election.
Yeah, we rely on our radio subs to expand coverage and staff to the studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election as much as possible. So you can help us out. Make sure you subscribe today, breakingvoice.com, or the link is down here in the description video. It really means the world to us. If you like what we're all about, this is the best possible way to keep us 100% independent, working only.
What? No, he's not there.
Well, are American cities in a deadly doom loop? That's the provocative question asked in a New York Times op-ed by Thomas Edsel, and it's based on a groundbreaking analysis of research that was compiled by the National Bureau of Economic Research. So the theory here is pretty simple to understand. After years of an urban renaissance in which superstar cities generated high-paying jobs, which attracted affluent professionals, which attracted appealing amenities, which attracted even more affluent professionals in a virtuous circle, the pandemic triggered a spiral in the opposite direction. Those affluent professionals were sent home to work remotely, and many with the means to do so fled the confines of their city dwellings entirely. Temporary rentals in the suburbs turned into home purchases in the suburbs. Temporary remote work schedules turned into permanent remote work schedules, or more often hybrid work schedules, which still ease the burden of a long suburban commute. So those affluent professionals fleeing to the burbs took their tax revenue and their shopping dollars with them and take the commercial real estate market while they were at it. Let me give you a little bit of data to back all of this up. First off, the migration, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research working paper, Manhattan alone lost 200,000 households since the pandemic began. Chicago lost 75,000, San Francisco lost 67,000, and DC lost 33,000, just to get a few examples here. A wide variety of small cities and
suburbs, they were the beneficiaries of these net migration flows as places like Naples, Florida, Sun City, Arizona, and Collin, Texas gained population. Now, as far as the permanence of remote work goes, according to the most recent data from September of this year, only 9% of Manhattan office workers are actually at their desk 5 days a week now. Most of these workers are actually on a hybrid schedule, and on any given day, only 49% of workers are in the office. This migration and new work patterns has had a predictable impact on retail and on restaurants. The restaurant sector in New York City has lost 78,000 workers. As of August, restaurant visits are down 37% in New York City and 41% in San Francisco as compared to the pre-pandemic period. At the same time, as affluent professionals have fled to their homes to offices in their new suburban homes, crime and visible homelessness continues to spike, lowering the quality of urban life. Now, this is a challenging issue that politicians of all ideologies are really struggling to handle without the social safety nets that other developed nations can rely on. It also bodes poorly for the future because as ill-equipped as major cities are to deal with these issues today, their situation is only going to become tougher as pandemic programs dry up, as the new infusion from the Inflation Reduction Act goes away, and as tax revenue continues to decline. And that brings us to the aforementioned doom loop. Affluent professionals move out, tax revenue drops, the amenities and quality of city government declines, causing more affluent professionals to move out. The cycle of decline and decay sets in, much like what we saw in the 70s and 80s, till it can be reversed by some new, as of yet unseen, social phenomenon. Now, fears of this death spiral can be seen in the policy choices of New York Mayor Eric Adams. We see an attempt to arrest the decline in urban quality of living in his decision to abruptly clear out homeless camps, to tell police to take people who appear to mentally ill and care for themselves to mental hospitals for involuntary commitment. You see an attempt to staunch the bleeding of the commercial real estate sector, retail and restaurant industries in his push to force workers back into the office. Just take a listen to a presser that he gave last January.
There's a large number of businesses. You should speak to some of the businesses that the employees are saying, we don't know when to come back in the office. Now, that's fine if we were connected. But as I said earlier, that accountant, I need him to go to the cleaners. I need him to go down to Dunkin' Donuts. I need him to go to the restaurant. I need him to bring in a business traveler. And if we say that, well, I don't have to come in, I'm still getting my salary, then you are not helping those New Yorkers that need us to come in. So I want my businesses in the city to come up with a close endeavor and say, we're going to start placing our hotel back in the water, come in for 2 days, for 3 days, and then let's get the city back up and operating.
Whatever you think of these policy choices, and by the way, we're talking to Ross Markin about some of this today, they are unlikely to halt a mad social phenomenon which is already well underway. Just consider the attempts to get workers back in the office as one example. White-collar workers tell surveyors they are willing to take a pay cut to keep their remote and hybrid work schedules. So if their company says, get your butt back in the office, they will likely do what a large chunk of the Twitter workforce did when Elon made similar demands of them and say, okay, good luck, I'm out of here. Now, the national impact of all of this is going to be far-reaching and it's going to be very unpredictable. One element is already showing up, though, in our politics. One of the fascinating aspects of these midterms was how Republicans, seemingly in one cycle, went from having a structural advantage in the House to a structural disadvantage. So let me explain this. It used to be that thanks to gerrymandering and heavy concentration of Democratic voters in cities, Republicans could actually win control of the House even as they lost the overall popular vote for the House. That dynamic is now flipped. Republicans actually did win the popular vote for the House by about 2 points, but they underperformed in terms of the net number of seats that they ultimately picked up. Decision Desk 2 has an analysis of this dynamic, which has everything to do with the COVID migration trends of blue voters out to the suburbs, along with Democrats' increasing dominance with this group. So essentially, they show that most of the nation's swing districts are in the suburbs. So as Democratic city dwellers have moved out to the suburbs, they have brought Democratic political power to the most important districts in the entire country. At the same time, Republicans are being brought into areas that really don't help them all that much. They're racking up giant margins in rural areas, but look, if you go from winning by 60 points to winning by 70 points in a deep red district, that really doesn't help you all that much in terms of the House. And they're actually gaining ground in the urban areas with Black and brown working class voters. But these areas are already so blue, it doesn't really help them to go from losing by 40 to now only losing by 30. So you are now facing a political dynamic where the Senate is structurally tilted towards the Republicans, while the House is increasingly structurally tilted towards the Democrats. Now, this is just one example of the massive national changes we are in for as our migration, work, and shopping habits all shift. The housing and rental markets are seeing massive swings and shifts as well, and an era of incredible urban affluence and inequality may be coming to a close. And I thought it was really interesting to think about. Hey guys, ready or not, 2024 is fully upon us now, and Zucker and I have been brainstorming ways that we really up our game for this critical election.
Yeah, we rely on our premium subs to expand our coverage, to add staff, to help the studio. We just want to give you the best independent coverage of this election, just posters. You can help us out. You can subscribe today, breakingvoice.com, or the link is down here in the description video. It really means the world to us. If you like what we're all about, this is the best possible way to keep us 100% independent, working locally. 50 years ago this weekend, Ontario's capital city experienced one of its most memorable elections. The new mayor was a professor at what was then called Ryerson Polytechnic Institute. He got elected on an anti-establishment pro-reform platform. 50 years later, that man is still deeply engaged in the big issues of the day and is still called upon by governments to solve problems. Has the city turned out the way he had hoped? Let's find out. We welcome back to our studio the winner of that 1972 election. There's David Crombie. Hello, Your Worship. Great to have you back. Nice to see you, Steve. Good to be here. I want to start by looking back at that night 50 years ago. What did you know you were going to win? We did. By that time, 2 weeks earlier, we did surprise ourselves. We had people service coming on those days, and there we were. We were not to win. What's the strongest memory you have of election night? I was with Harold Chow, the artist, who's a great friend of the Roosevelt family, and we were watching the returns come in. We went on one of the things was neighborhoods, the importance of neighborhoods. The first two who come to come in were didn't support me. And Harold turned to say, well, there's two neighborhoods, I'm not going to support you. Well, let's just remind everybody how it turned out that night. This wasn't that close in the end. Sean, let's bring the graphic up. Here was the race for mayor. David Crombie got 43% of the votes on election night. Tony O'Donoghue, who was another city councilor, got 30%, and David Rosenberg, another city councilor, got just 18%. And there were some other notable winners that night. And let's just go through some of the names here. Art Eggleton won in Trinity Bellwoods in Little Italy, and Colin Vaughan, the future political specialist for City TV, won in the Annex in Yorkville. And John Sewell, a former mayor, he also won on council, Richard Park in Riverdale. And John Smith, a future candidate for mayor, won that night in Forest Hill, North Toronto. David Smith, a future Liberal cabinet minister, actually, and senator, won that night. Who was the mayor of North York? Bell Laston, he won that night. And he won the very few elections that he actually ran in. Paul Godfrey won on the Board of Control of North York that night. And of course, he went on to become Metropolitan Toronto chairman. Ran the Blue Jays and ran Admirals Media and anyways, why do you think you won? I think probably it was a good beginning of what we call reform in those days. And the language and the interests and the causes that we espouse were for a new generation of Ontarians. For all of us people who just came to us, a great history professor at New York University. We were all, most of us in the 20s and 30s. So it was a young, very young crowd. And we were talking about that kind of Toronto. It was already happening. So what the sense we did was give voice to what we were seeing around the change in the population, the need for how do we deal with the automobiles, the issue with goods and everything from today. How do we get better and more affordable housing, etc. I'm going to show a picture of you. This is you in City Council chambers. Go ahead, Sean. Let's bring this one up. You want to talk about the group that's in 20s? You're 36 years old and you become the mayor of Toronto. Was there any part of you that wondered whether you were too young for the job? No. Sounds out good. It was confident. First of
experience in the theory of things, and I use one of those things I use my students, and they read all this lectures out there stuff, and the way that they learn. So I had a lot of experience learning. Well, push back on that a little bit, and again, let's bring the next picture up. Here's Mr. Crombie in front of his election posters, and you see he had a lot of experience. He had 3 years experience on council, which was a lot less than your 2 challenges. This is true, but I had spent the previous 4 years, 5 years, well, since 1966, I spent organizing a municipal party called Civic, and that was a doors which a lot of people were interested in the future of the city. And so I was not unknown to city council, I was not unknown to city hall, and I certainly had a lot of time and energy spent on that. That's my wife. That's it. And city council, but that's in the sense why I mean, because I didn't have a lot of experience being mayor or even on city council. But in some ways, what I didn't know was more helpful because I had to make some decisions. So those decisions were quite small, it's quite sturdy, and you have to have a level or a degree. My mom used to say I'm the youngest, but I think at least need to have a kind of ignorance of the dangers you're walking into. Because in a sense, I was reaching confident because I thought I knew something, but I didn't know enough to be free.
Let's put another picture up, Sheldon. And this is you in front of the financial district, which looks obviously dramatically different 50 years later. Put in the odd building. They have put in the odd building. That's the way to put it. Are you content with the way that part of the city has grown over the last 5 decades?
Yes, I am. I'm not just the downtown. We did the downtown. One of the contributions we made was the downtown plan of 1976, which lasted for 40 years. And the whole style and understanding of the future of the downtown would be is still there, and it's even stronger. Why? Because it's got energy, it's got opportunity, it's got creativity. It is extraordinary. I used to want to just walk around, and the energy downtown is fantastic. But it's also to other parts of the city. I walk everywhere.
And I see you. I mean, it's like you too. I see you walking. I oftentimes don't bother you, but I see you just walking out of the
And then I'm coming away. But the city itself, not just the downtown. I'm happy with it. Sure, we made some mistakes, yes, but it's fantastic. The one thing we need to get into it, I mean, we dealt with diversity, human diversity in a way which we've very few cities in the world. There's one of the few cities that look forward to more immigration than last year. Enjoy that in a lot of places around the world, more than half of the city around Canada. Absolutely. And we found a way in which that took care of it at that time. Was that introduction.
Okay, you said a second ago that the city has developed in the way it has over the last 50 years. Not all great. The first thing you said, you care about neighborhoods. You wanted to make sure neighborhoods don't get bulldozed down by things. Are you content with the way neighborhoods have been preserved in the city over the last 50 years?
Yes, I am. And even when I now live in the city neighborhood, started about 1870, where my part offered, and then I walked all those streets, and now being intensified, and people digging into the basement things up the top. So there's the Portuguese neighborhood. There is fewer Portuguese, but more other folks around the world. So my happy as I see that intensification, because I was saying, I know that they can talk all they like about the theory of intensification. Should be gentle, should be done. People are going ahead and doing it. They're just not reporting it to City Hall.
Now that's interesting. So you think the intensification that the current provincial government says it wants, right? We got lots of people coming here. We got to house them somewhere. You think it's happening, even though City Hall isn't necessarily that a building purpose.
Yes, you said the walk down the streets, and you'll see it. Now they can do more. And I think that if you go back and look at some of the rules, and it's just true. Like it's like having the corner places, 4-story sign, 4-story places, 6-story something. Those walk-ups are not going to come back. That's a good thing. So intensification, that's how it's designed and how well it's done. What are the conditions of living around it in it?
has not developed in a way that pleases you. I think they tried so hard in the Northwest, Northwest, and I think that's one of the hardest pieces of work to do because for a bunch of reasons, when you try hard, it's the work. As you think about how the city has developed over the last 50 years, they blow up. I don't know. I think probably in the integration of schools with neighborhoods, they're still set apart. The school should be a small part of neighborhoods separate. And so I think we probably because the school boards have been separate administration from the city and do their own real estate. For example, New York, the city of New York looks after the land development for schools. But here we separate them, so therefore there's always a kind of standoffishness with use socially that we could use it, in my own judgment, we could use it later more usefully so that we become more community resource and it's happened in some areas. Any more of that? I thought you might say, except with the question open, I thought you might say no waterfront because there was a sign in the city. A lot of people were very unhappy with the condo towers that were going on the waterfront, so-called separating the people from their water. Yeah. Why that? Okay. Sorry. I was raised on the waterfront. I was raised in the West End Sunnyside, right on Ellis Avenue and the lake. Right, the waterfront part of my life. And when I was both mayor and mayor one, I supported a commission on the future of the waterfront. It was a big question for patience, right? Because in the 1960s and early 70s, the waterfront became transformed. It became transformed. And the uses died off, the industrial uses. The railways moved up north up to number 7 highway, right before the change. The Great Lakes trade system changed, all of that stuff. So it was bound. So in the 1970s, we were beginning to see the need to go at it. And I think we did. People down there now. And we had a picture of the waterfront. See in 1972 and see it now. It's a fantastic job. Okay, I want to talk to you about something that was a huge issue when we first became the mayor. And it had to do with an expressway that a lot of suburban politicians wanted to build from the northwest part of the city right down. In some cases, the suggestion was right down to the water. And you were on the Jack Webster show just after you finished up being mayor. This is in 1979, and you're just about to run for federal politics at this point. And Jack Webster, who was this crusty Scotsman from British Columbia, not highlighting you, but he wanted to go with you on the Spadina Expressway. The completion, let's watch it.
After sure, finish freeway station around the city.
Well, that one finished everything.
I'm not sure why.
That's right.
You're going to leave that big freeway sticking up there forever.
So you're not coming down any further. So expressway is pretty safe.
How come you can be a conservative if you're not in favor of massive development for everything at all times?
People conservatives are in favor of development that makes sense in terms of change, makes sense in terms of people's lives. Even modern, every way to believe himself. Just imagine. Was it still 50 years later wise not to build this Spadina Expressway? The not building this Spadina Expressway was transforming from the city. Bear in mind, all forgot that think of one sort of single highway. 3 highways were planned for the city. The Lake Shore, which was connected far into Scotland down to the waterfront, right? Which is connected with the Gardner. That was the Lake Shore. The second one was the Crosstown, right, which passed from Rosedale and the annex. And then it was to be lined up with the Spadina coming north. They knocked out the expressway on the waterfront. They knocked out the Crosstown. And so then what turned out was Spadina had nowhere to go other than dump all the traffic into the annex. So to me, it was not even a thing we're thinking about. It shouldn't have been built. But what it did do was 2 things in my church. It allowed people in the early 70s to see how do we begin now. Not even really build a wonderful invention, but have that discipline so that you can live within a city. And there's the second thing with
What?
The 1960 Bill of Rights is still a law of the slaves. We have charter rights and freedoms, which is very important. But the Bill of Rights says very explicitly that Canadians have the right to life, liberty, security of person, and also the right to enjoyment of property that cannot be deprived except with due process of law. And so, if the government, under the Governor and Council, are they bound by the Bill of Rights when they come up with policies to confiscate firearms? Are they bound by the due process of law and the Bill of Rights when defined?
What I can say is that the Supreme Court ruled in 1999 letter the firearms records case that there is no right in Canada to possess firearms.
I don't disagree with you.
What?
But in terms of property, if you are given the right to hold a firearm as property, firearms are property as well, the government can't just seize that property except through due process. You say that's correct.
So I think one of the questions is with respect to federal criminal power and the reference read firearms decision of the Supreme Court of Canada determined that firearms, the regulation of firearms, is also the criminal power versus the provincial power of property. And it also indicated that there was no right to
But this is the Bill of Rights. This is a federal law. You're aware of the Bill of Rights. It's still enforced in Canada, and still has power in this country. The Bill of Rights. And so what I'm getting at here is that it seems like the government, is trying to, through the buyback program, 2020 OSC, trying to respect the Bill of Rights. They say we're going to confiscate your property, which is a violation of the Bill of Rights. We're going to take it out to you because we're going to confiscate your property. It happens all the time in this country. Property seized to build a highway. The government has to compensate for that. That's the due process of law. But if the government passes this amendment that we're talking about today, G4, and it's not, is it notwithstanding the Bill of Rights? Because is that something that the government's saying that this would be notwithstanding the Bill of Rights protections of property rights?
So, law that falls under the federal law power and is under federal jurisdiction. That's why we take the basis of legislation that is being amended through the bill and doesn't affect the federal law power.
Yes, I understand that. I guess what I'm trying to say is that because this will be an act of Parliament and not a regulation, as we've already cleared up, this bill will be on an equal playing field with the Bill of Rights, and therefore will not necessarily be subject to the Bill of Rights protections of property. And so when I'm submitting that, the reason for another additional reason why the government is submitting this legislation is not only, as they said, to prevent any future government from repealing these OICs. They would have to repeal the legislation, but they're doing it to relieve the government of any responsibility to compensate for their firearms. And that's something, that's something that I think is very, very sound.
I want to pick up on a comment that my colleague Mr. Daines with respect to the Canadian Bill of Rights in 1960. And section 1 there says, it is hereby recognized and declared that in Canada there have existed and shall continue to exist without discrimination by reason of race, national origin, color, religion, or sex, the following human rights and fundamental freedoms of being. The right of the individual to life, liberty, security of the person, and enjoyment of property.
understand this, as I understand what will happen, is the fact that this step of liberal government intends to try to push this through. It means that they don't have to then compensate anyone if they make all these firearms illegal. Because that's a good process of law. Would that be a fair assessment? That by listing them as a prohibited firearm, what originally was a non-restricted firearm is now prohibited. That would mean that the government can take that property because that follows the due process. Is that correct?
So the government can bring before Parliament a bill that can prohibit within the sphere of jurisdiction. And compensation is a matter of policy and whether or not you will decide.
Right. I appreciate that. But what I guess that let me ask this one. What I'm trying to ask is, so the government will do this under the guise of public safety. They're going to do this under the guise of due process. They're going to pass legislation. It's going to be forced through without proper debate in the House. That shouldn't be put over there. They're going to have support, I'm sure, from other opposition parties. And therefore, it becomes law. And then, because it becomes law, that property, which was 5 minutes previously become law, was able to be lawfully enjoyed in a non-restricted manner, now becomes prohibited. So then they can seize that property. That property is able to be seized then by the government because it is no longer lawful. It is then seizable, if you will, because it was done through due process of law. Am I correct in this?
Due process of law includes the parliamentary process by which Parliament decides what firearms may or may not be prohibited. Whether or not the government chooses or decides to compensate owners in the future.
I don't want to stop that conversation. That's right there. Right? All I'm trying to get at is that contrary to the way that the government get around Philippines is to make what was previously legal to possess, legal to hold, was lawfully purchased by millions of Canadians. And it was many firearms listed here, hundreds of them are non-restricted. They're using this new process of law to actually prohibit a firearm. Actually, they're getting around both processes of law, forcing people to lose their property. Is that the correct assessment?
So you're asking what is the impact of the legislation? The impact of the legislation is once it comes into force, these items would be prohibited and would no longer be legal to possess or use.
Okay. That's fair. And I get heavily enforcement. My point really is, and that I'm going to keep on it for a bit, is that make the suggestion that the government is using the due process of law to otherwise take and cause Canadians lawfully obtained property to become illegal. And they're using that avenue as a way to circumvent the human rights. Canadian military rights. That'd be a fair assessment.
So I think as we've already answered, I mean, the Canadian Bill of Rights applies to federal legislation, and once federal legislation has been passed that authorizes or permits that property rights are subsumed by the federal legislation, then following that passage of legislation, which could prohibit future firearms, anything that follows that is done as a policy decision made by the government.
The agenda this week examined the causes of rising food costs, learned about the growing influence of global management consultancies, and asked what more money in education delivered. The agenda's week in review begins debating whether strong payer powers are a threat to democracy.
Why would he want this? Why would he put a target on his own back by asking for these extraordinary powers that no one in this Josh says legislature will pass?
I'm not going to speak to why John accepted this. this and why he advocated for it, if in fact he did. I don't know. Those are conversations I've had with him about this matter. What I do think is that it leads to lazy decision making. Meaning that, the Ford government just, they just decided the green belt's now open for development without actually thinking through with that language. Now we actually have a homeowners association that thinks the mayor can expedite permits, which they can't. It has people believe that we're going to actually have everything else approved, but they're not. And so all of it creates and feeds into the level of cynicism, which I think is really bad for the Republic, as it were. And I think it's bad for decision makers, and it's bad for every level of government authority. And also what really is, from my perspective, the most damaging is the fact that we do have a housing crisis. And so while we're having this little discussion about what's going on here, we're not actually fixing the real issue, which is how do we afford to embrace 6 million people in Ontario over the next, it's not just 10 years. It's not just housing. Sorry, but it's not just housing. It's transportation. It's school. Why do you want to build an entire new city within a city and not 1 ounce of money goes to education?
We need school capacity, we need child care, we need parks, the infrastructure, which would be the dirt. That's not the priority when we're talking about these things. I do one thing though, just to hear his point on what we hear. I think my friend just said that John, his speaker, relatively strong area.
Okay.
That's a bit of a store for you. Do you do anything at the store? Well, no, I don't have that.
Baking powder.
Baking powder?
Baking powder.
In a little yellow container.
Oh, I have a baking soda. Baking
Yeah,
powder.
we have baking soda, and I don't even know how we have baking soda.
So it also begs the question that you pose.
Every time I need it, we don't have any.
Why would he request these undemocratic powers? And I don't know if anyone can answer that. But frankly, I think the city is moving faster and further with enhanced housing opportunities in neighborhoods that the provincial government is moving to 23. The city is moving forward with not enough, not good enough, but frankly far more than the province has on substantive housing-related priorities.
You can help us with this, because the conventional wisdom today is that the mayor of Toronto asked the premier of Ontario for these powers, and the premier of Ontario, in campaign on it, granted him this authority. Do you know that to be in fact the case?
I can't speak to that. I'm not privy to conversations that the mayor would have with the premier. I do know that within the provincial government prior to the election, there was a sentiment that a lot of priority housing issues may have moved through municipalities that are made them with solar that is there, which could contribute to a supply issue with the province. There was a serious discussion around how can we make these processes quicker.
And I see a real special question as a general matter. Okay, you used to work for Steve Clark. I did municipal affairs for housing ministers. Once it's he used to be a mayor. Can you imagine when he was a mayor, whether he would have thought this was kosher?
I can't speak to that either. There's discussions on strong mayor powers. Completely honest happened after my tenure in his office.
And he's totally outside of all this.
I think the provincial government is looking for ways to work with municipalities to move processes when it comes to moving. I can't speak to the political sentiment around strong mayor powers within the government, because again, that happened at the time after I was chief of staff. But I will say that the government has been focused on trying to find ways to shorten those processes that are related to those processes. Because there is a supply crisis in this country right this moment. We have to build 150,000 homes a year in the next 10 years. Further perspective, that's how it's starting.
Oh, sugar. I need sugar. Please.
And drive to school. Yeah, I do have flowers. thought I had her put bags on her side.
You know, I put all of this.
All of it?
Yeah.
The chips are not bad, actually. Okay, champ. You a walker? Get it.
So here, the 2022 hunting season is drawing to a close, and hunters are celebrating a successful harvest of deer, moose, and other game. But here in Ottawa, the Liberals have set their sight on a very different target. With no warning and no consultation, the Liberals have announced their plan to ban hunting rifles and shotguns. The hunters have become the hunted. Why does this Liberal government always punish law-abiding hunters and sport shooters while giving bail and house arrest for violent repeat offenders? Madam Speaker, in fact, my colleague from the Conservative Party is wrong. We are not targeting hunters. In fact, I met members of the hunting community this morning to assure them that what we are going after are the AR-15 style firearms, which are used in harm, mass casualties across the country. More than that, we have a plan to tackle illegal smuggling at the border by investing $130.
I certainly heard that, and I would ask the honourable member for Lethbridge after the questions and comments to apologize for her statement. And she knows that that is not acceptable in this house, and I hope that she takes it seriously. The honourable minister comments that he.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm going to set aside that remark that I hope that my colleague will apologize for. It has no place in this chamber. We're trying to have a response to the debate. And again, we'll continue to go after AR-15 style guns, which have no place in our community. We'll continue to invest in stopping illegal smuggling of guns at our borders. Those are initiatives which the Conservatives have voted against, and they show first transition. Thank you.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, I was hearing more voices than the minister.
So they take it away from her guns?
Yeah, whether they appreciate the answer or not, that they're here to listen to the answer and they can follow up with a subsequent question beyond my restricted report plan.
Madam Speaker, I won't take any lessons on firearms from a minister who visited a gun range and was too afraid to even touch one. These liberals can't tell the difference between a machine gun and a BB gun. While the liberals plan to waste millions of dollars going after 100-year-old hunting rifles, smugglers continue to ship handguns by the thousands over the borders that are being used on our streets. Why are these liberals so off target on tackling the real sources of violent crime? Madam Speaker, it is very regrettable that today Conservatives are resorting to personal attacks on me among members of our side of the government who represent the hunters. Madam Speaker, more to the point, I met with families who've lost loved ones to gun violence, and I don't know how we look any of them in the eye and don't do these smart, sensible things that we're doing right now, which is to get AR-15 style guns out of our communities, to stop illegal smuggling at our borders, to stop gun crime from occurring. In every instance, the Conservatives have filibustered and have gone with falsehoods when they should be supporting these initiatives. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Barrie Clearwater Orowatonki.
Madam Speaker, last week this Liberal government tabled amendment to Bill C-21 that would prohibit hundreds of thousands of hunting rifles. This government wants to turn law-abiding hunters and farmers who use rifles as tools to feed their families and protect their livestock into criminals overnight. Meanwhile, since this Prime Minister has taken office, violent crime has risen by 32%, and gang-related homicides have increased by 92%. Madam Speaker, will this government focus on the illegal guns that are flooding our streets and the criminals who use them to stop targeting law-abiding hunters and farmers?
The honourable minister for rural economic development. I've got great memories of hunting with my dad, and I wish he was there now because he would support me 100%. Because me and my friends, we looked at the amendments to C-21. We agreed every time we see a firearm that kills an innocent person, that hurts a law-abiding gun owner. Why
Oh, okay.
Say 21, we all have to work hard to get us all appointments off this thing.
Thank you. Let's talk about some facts. Just yesterday in the Public Safety Committee, the federal government's all firearms expert is upright Bill C-21 and had on the record that hunting rifles wouldn't be banned if this law is enacted. All I know is that they made a mistake, and if these amendments are effective for the hunters of firearms, they can't use Bill C-21. The expert that my colleague is referring to refuted many of the misconceptions that the conservatives continue to perpetrate. More to the point, we have a plan, Madam Speaker, to eradicate gun violence once and for all. That includes investments at our borders to support CSA. The conservatives voted against them. That includes addressing gun crime at its root causes. We invested $250 million. The conservatives voted against it. And it also includes common sense laws like Bill C-21 so that we can get those guns that have no place in our communities no law for streets once and for all. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timmins, Shane Spade.
Madam Speaker, we need to keep our communities safe from handgun violence. This government promised to do that, but at the 11th hour, the government split an amendment into C-21 that is not about dealing with handguns. Instead, the government is now targeting rifles and shotguns with detachable clips. This is a huge overreach that will impact rural, northern, and indigenous people. And this government needs to fix this. So will the Attorney General ensure that this legislation on handguns is not going to target legitimate hunters and rural people?
The honourable minister of public safety.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question, and I can assure him and the NDP, and in fact, all parliamentarians who want to advance a responsible debate about this, that we are not going to target those guns which are used conventionally for hunting. We are targeting those guns like AR-15-style firearms, which have caused many casualties right across the country, Madam Speaker. And I know that my colleague and I, and others who are again contributing to a responsible debate about this, will get there. What's important is that we keep our streets safe from gun violence, and that's exactly what we are going to do. Thank you.
Fuck them.
According to new calculations from the advocacy organization, all right, so Ontario Living Wage Network has been around since 1970.
I'm pretty sure we all understand what minimum wage is.
Show the amount that you need, not just to get by, but to be part of a community. So to be able to go out to eat once in a while, or go out and use the bus, small entertainment budget. So it's trying to set a rate that people would need to earn working full time in order to just have a little bit more than just scraping by on minimum wage, which is unfortunately what we have to do. All right, let's get a little crazy. Actually all over the province, and they're there's several different rates depending on where you live. Now, this year's calculations were a little bit different. Also, not just the numbers themselves, how they calculated, but also the geography. Can you break this down?
They used to do something like 50 different communities based more on political boundaries, and the Living Wage Network was not able to update these every year. So now what they've done is they've moved to Statistics Canada, so it's economic groupings. So they're actually looking at the entire province now, and they've grouped many different communities together more geographically. So we're looking now for the most part at bigger areas that we were with before. What this means is they're able to update it more regularly and capture the entire province.
Let's have a look at those updated numbers. Here's a graph, Justin, and hopefully you can sort of take us through some of the numbers and what they reflect.
Yeah, so this is some of the communities that they're doing. So the Greater Toronto Area, what we're seeing there is the living wage rates that you need to be earning is $23.15. For Hamilton, it's $19.05. For France, Niagara Falls, and Norfolk, it's $19.80. So for these ones, we're looking at housing costs have gone up a ton as Toronto's become more expensive. That's really rippling through Hamilton. That's rippling through Niagara and just the areas surrounding. The costs have sort of gone up south and then moved through the peninsula. So we're really seeing that cost increase there. In Hamilton, you can see the current rate is $19.05. Last year it was $17.20. So you can really see this is a community where the living wage has gone up quite a bit. Inflation's driven up all sorts of costs. We've also seen a significant increase in Hamilton in the price of housing. I know since I moved to Hamilton a couple years ago, rents, asking rents for two-bedroom apartments, for example, got up 42%. So people are really feeling the cost of the housing. That's a big problem throughout the GTA and the Hamilton Niagara area. The whole horseshoe has seen the cost of housing radiate upwards from Toronto as prices have gone up there. Ottawa, we're at 1960. For Eastern Ontario, 1905. For Northern Ontario, 1970. Northern Ontario is particularly interesting as well. Sault Ste. Marie saw the biggest increase of all the communities that they've got listed. It actually went from 1620 to 1970. So now it's part of this northern group. And the rent's gone up, but in the north, we're seeing a lot of things particularly expensive. Transportation costs, not really much more so than the south, same vacations, food costs, and for the southwest there, we're seeing 1850. The lowest rate in the province is actually 1805, which is abundant health and knowledge.
Now, Justin, I want to talk about employers. There's a little bit of bragging rights, but the Ontario Living Wage Network certifies employers who pay their employees a living wage. Do you have an idea of how many employers are actually taking part in this?
So they certify about 500 employers, but there could also be employers who are paying this rate aren't in touch with the Living Wage Network, and so therefore haven't gotten this certification. The network uses funding from credit unions and from members that are to run. So it's possible that these people are participating but aren't paying them.
All right, I know you spoke to a number of people for your work. I'm curious, what did they say about what it would take for this idea to be more used?
Yeah, there's a number of things here whenever it comes to trying to push for wages, but one of the biggest things that is one thing that we've seen in Hamilton is advocacy around cities. So trying to get the city to pay a living wage, which is something that advocates have been successful with to a certain degree. So it used to be that not all employees in the city were a living wage. In recent years they have been. However, there have been so far advocates have been unsuccessful in getting the city to pay summer students a living wage. So that's currently a push right now. But then the goal is to get them to pay subcontractors a living wage as well. So there are municipalities that do this. The regional municipality of Waterloo is a recent example where they're paying all employees, students, and subcontractors that living wage. And the idea is that when you've got this big public employer and it's the city, that there's some cachet to saying, this is more of a living wage community now, or the city's going to do this, so we hope that other businesses will do the same. There's also a lot of advocacy just generally in trying to get employers to do this, and the pitch is sort of, people need this, people need to be able to participate in the community, but then it's also good for the community overall. If people aren't just scraping by and they can actually afford to spend something that they're earning, that goes back into the economy, and that's everybody, that's the pitch.
Justin, thank you
supporting TVO's journalism.
Powerhouse global consulting firms recruit the best and the brightest and troubleshoot and advise on almost every industry under the sun. It is a multi-billion-dollar business, but both private enterprise and the public sector do they deliver value that adds up for everyone. Michael Forsythe is co-author of When McKinsey Comes to Town, the hidden influence of the world's most powerful consulting firm. Michael Forsythe is an investigative reporter at the New York Times, and he joins us now from NYT HQ on Manhattan Island in New York City. Michael, it's great to have you on the program. Congratulations on the book. It's terrific. I want to start just by, let's do a couple of quotes here from the book just to set up our conversation, shall we? If you would, let's bring up this graphic. People the world over are largely unaware of the profound influence McKinsey exerts over their lives, from the cost and quality of their medical care to the jobs that pay for their children's education. The firm has advised virtually every major pharmaceutical company and their government regulators, along with health insurers, airlines, universities, museums, weapons makers, private equity firms, casinos, bookmakers, professional sports teams, and media companies, including the New York Times. Operating in more than 65 countries, they can whisper in the ears of despots and elected leaders alike. And one more quote here. One former McKinsey consultant wrote anonymously, to those convinced that a secretive cabal controls the world, the usual suspects are the Illuminati, Western people, or globalists. They are wrong, naturally. There is no secret society shaping every major decision and determining the direction of human history. There is, however, McKinsey and Company. Okay, Michael, start there. Does McKinsey really control the world?
And of course, McKinsey doesn't control the world, but it has an enormous influence. Unlike any company I can imagine, Ford makes cars, Johnson and Johnson makes, baby powder, and but McKinsey is everywhere. It advises almost all the major companies in the world, not just the United States, not just North America, all over the place, and so many governments. And we wouldn't have written this book unless we were convinced that the advice McKinsey and the work McKinsey does with so many of these organizations is profoundly influential.
Well, let me hammer away on that word advice, because the reality is they advise, they don't decide. It is still the companies that they advise at the end of the day that decide. Does that give them some political cover in your judgment?
It always, in the past, has given them political cover. Sure, they advised Enron. In fact, the CEO of Enron was a former McKinsey senior partner, but McKinsey didn't get, prosecuted, sued, or anything, in that case. But it has started to catch up with them. Just last year, McKinsey was forced to agree to pay more than $600 million in the U.S. To settle state investigations into their work with opioid makers. So, and there are other lawsuits in other areas going on, and there's probably more money to pay for opioids. So while they do have some cover because it is obviously the client's decision, sometimes the advice they give is so decisive that they tend to get caught up themselves.
It's a company that's been around for almost 100 years. How do they describe the values that they claim to live by?
So a lot of companies have mission statements and values. I think McKinsey really is different because they do take it seriously. And this is kind of the crux of our book. The values that they espouse, are really, in a way, the only way we could have written this book because they're most important values. The one that's number one is to serve the clients and to put the client's interests above that of the firm. They have many other laudable kind of obvious values, preserve client confidences, work with integrity. Also a very interesting one, which is an obligation to dissent, which McKinsey consultants have actually done, and it's in our book. But when you work for a client that may not be an ethical actor, whether an authoritarian despot or a maker of OxyContin, and you're doing everything you can 24/7 to serve them and to serve their goals. That's a problem.
Well, having said it, you did say in the book that when consultants are hired at the company, that they are asked, are there any organizations or countries or businesses, whatever, that for your own ethical reasons you don't want to work for? And they apparently take that seriously. Do they not?
They really do. So a lot of younger McKinsey consultants come in and think, I don't want to work for I don't want to work for a tobacco company. And McKinsey does honor that. The problem with that though is it puts the ethical motives, the big ethical decisions on very young 25, 26-year-old consultants rather than with the big boys and girls, the 40, 45.
Hey, wait, you guys will fucking shit right the fuck up for at least 30 years. That's shocking. For that, I can't really put it on anybody specifically, but all them is all you old fucking timers who think you fucking are so much fucking more efficient than stupid ass millennials who fucking die. Just fucking bunch of boomers and just like, I had a kid at like 17 and you got it was stupid. And I put my kid to have a kid, think it's pretty young age, ruin their life. And I call it feminism.
So there are a lot of ethics there. They hire that way, but the problem is there is a huge contradiction between working tirelessly for clients and then fucking do whatever they ask you to do.
How actively entwined are they in Chinese government and or Chinese
things that affect other people.
So we got a lot of client list. Also, China, God bless them, is a country where you can actually get a lot of information on the McKinsey client work because these state-owned enterprises actually announce it. They put it on their website that they're working with McKinsey. So both the biggest SMEs in China, state-owned enterprises, these are companies that they're really undertaken by the organization Department of Commerce Party. McKinsey works for at least 26 in recent years.
And everyone's hours, everyone's pay is up on the board or on the screen.
In China, it's quite extensive.
Does that mean that they are likely virtue policies on the Chinese government and or Chinese companies that could be antithetical to what the United States and or West wants?
Well, yes, it's here. So I don't think anybody can argue that McKinsey needs to from China as to other Western firms to help in past to help those companies become more modern, become more profitable, better run. But since the rise of Xi Jinping and the rise of recent authoritarianism, bordering on totalitarianism in China, McKinsey's kind of doubled down. And so they back some of these national policies, like the Build and Grow policy, and they actually talk about this in their global pitches to other clients, basically drumming up business from China.
Let me ask you a question where China, McKinsey, and Canada all come together, and they do in the person of this country's former ambassador to China, Dominic Martin, that was the former CEO for McKinsey. What will he be remembered for in terms of his contribution to the company?
So, under Dominic Martin, Dominic Martin was the head of Greater China and worked in Shanghai before he became managing partner for McKinsey in 2009, and he had that post for 9 years until 2018. It was under his watch at McKinsey that so many of the problems that are involved with investors, the work with the new market, for example, the work with authoritarian countries, the work in South Africa, which is also another place where McKinsey's actually been called to task by the government there. It is under a criminal probe right now. So many of those problems started or faster under Dominic Martin's watch. And in China, that he was the one, under his watch,
that he's done anything illegal, or is this really a case of the optics don't look great?
We haven't done anything, that he's done illegal. That's not the case. Of course, you could have, but we certainly didn't find it. We certainly didn't allege it.
Okay, can you, we mentioned in that quote off the top that McKinsey's done work for the New York Times. You know what they've done for your paper?
You're going to put me on the spot here, but, I'm a journalist. I'm not going to dodge any questions by another journalist. I do know that McKinsey did some work on it, the work towards a subscription model for the New York Times. And actually, that's worked out quite well. Not everything that McKinsey does is a disaster. Sometimes their advice is quite good. And so I know that McKinsey was working on that major effort to move us away from an advertising model to a subscription model.
And that may be the lifeblood of your paper going forward, yes.
Yeah, and I don't know the details of exactly what they did, whether their advice was critical to our success, but they certainly were involved in that area.
Gotcha. Well, we want to add a couple of other voices to our conversation here, so let's bring that conversation over to Canada and introduce in our nation's capital Amanda Clark. She is associate professor at the School of Public Policy and Administration at Carleton University. And here in our studio, Jamin Chen, VP of Strategy Corp's Management Consulting Practice. He's also formerly with KPMG, which is another one of these big management consulting firms. And Amanda, Jamin, we welcome you to our program as well. Let's just, in terms of setting up our discussion to come here, put some stats up here. The three most elite management consulting firms, McKinsey, Bain & Company, and Boston Consulting Group, now generate $20 billion in revenues in 150 countries. They staff nearly 50,000 people, some with starting salaries as much as $250,000 Canadian, with bonuses. Harvard Business School and more now send more than a quarter of their graduating class into consulting. Okay, James, start us off. What is the essential service that you think firms such as yours and others provide?
Well, I think it's like, satisfying. It's the simplest way to describe it. It's always help clients with problems they have the capability or the capacity to solve themselves, and that can be very broad, from the types of things that Michael highlights in his book, high stakes corporate strategy, engagements that McKinsey cuts teeth on. I think likes to consult others as doing best in the business to think that a lot more money, a lot of the work and probably the bulk of the revenue beyond the revenue of those streaming firms is in implementation supports and things from technology implementations to process changes and change management exercises, things that certainly don't result in the types of salacious stories that you might get otherwise listening to totally right. And so there's a lot captured under it, but in general, it's the offering of capabilities and advice that organizations do. So
obnoxious for every measure. How much of your advice does it give a damn about whether or not ethics are followed and optics look good? And how much is just, we got to improve the bottom line of this plan, we can?
I think that there are, it's pretty easy to look at the stories that are highlighted in Michael's book and try to extrapolate that to the entire industry. Now, I think that more likely it's a case of corporate governance and ethics failures in one company, and certainly there's bad actors in the industry. But from my experience, I think that the bulk of the industry that people are working in are highly ethical, doing work that they believe is good for their clients and society, and that doesn't just focus on boosting earnings for quarterly profits. There's a focus on ethics, on doing the right thing by clients and offering them objective advice on what the best road forward is, regardless of whether or not that's focus on earnings or other outcomes.
Okay, Amanda Clark, going to come to you now. What words would you use to describe these firms?
So I look at this issue really from the perspective of the work these firms are doing for government. And I think I wouldn't use the word salacious. I think that Jamin's right that it's often the tales we hear about McKinsey don't necessarily apply to the concerns that we should have about the role these firms play in shaping the work our governments are doing. I think it's almost worrisome that it's not salacious because I think we should all be really deeply worried about how much our governments are spending on these firms, about the quality of work that they produce. And I think at a larger level, the threat that this poses to state capacity
if you want to look at how much money the Canadian government has been paying big management consulting firms over the last 5 years, here we go. In 2017, it was a little over $100 million, but it goes up and up and up and up every year. To last year, 2021, when it's north of $400 million. The Globe and Mail reports McKinsey received $32.5 billion in contract work in just 2022. That's an 89% increase from the year before. They've held them from advice for immigration, defense, fixing the ailing Phoenix payroll system. And now we have some examples in the provincial realm as well. That was federal, this is provincial. McKinsey developed Ontario's pandemic response command structure. That was $1.6 million. They got $3.2 million from the Ontario government for COVID-19 recovery plan. In Quebec, they got $6.6 million from their government for pandemic management. And if we want to look at some others, Deloitte was paid an undisclosed sum to manage Ontario's vaccination campaign. They were also tasked with Quebec's COVID-19 screening system. That was a $12.4 million contract. And they were handed $16 million for the federal vaccine rollout contract. Okay, these firms, Amanda, are now kind of being referred to as a kind of shadow public service. Has it become difficult to tell the difference between who's actually a public servant on Parliament Hill and who's a management consultant?
Yeah, it really can be, and I think this is part of a larger trend of hollowing out the state. We haven't been significantly investing in the capacities of our public servants for decades, and this is across liberal and conservative government. And so you find yourself in a position where you haven't been hiring in modern skills, or also taking a good hard look at how federal public service is managed and revising things like HR practices and streamlining some of the red tape that can bog public service down and make it difficult for them to be innovative and creative. And you get to a position where your default is to turn to these outside players. I think where we should be really concerned is that, as you noted, in some cases it's not clear who's a public servant and who is a management consultant. They're being hired in and embedded within the public service. They have government email addresses, they have security clearances. In one case, a public servant told me that they actually couldn't access the government building and someone from McKinsey swiped them in. I think that kind of beautifully captures what is going on in many of these cases. And where we need to be worried is that public servants should absolutely be leaning on outsiders for expertise and injecting a pluralistic sort of a range of ideas and policy process. You don't need to pretend that government has a monopoly on good ideas. But if you don't have a core of expertise in-house and you're really hands-on by unhelpful internal rules and accountability measures, then you can't hold people to account. And you often are experts in not delivery, but strategy inside of really core questions that should probably be left and should be managed by public service and accountability ministers. Well,
came out just today that like on average on the surface, when it comes to Canada, it could have a huge impact on the way they make their mind up when it comes to their upcoming decision on Wednesday, December 7th. That's when they're setting the interest rate, and this could switch the way that they think of it. And as interest rates potentially rise higher, we've got some evidence that big banks in Canada together a sort of reserve fund to make sure that they have enough money on hand for any bad loans that they have on their books. So let's take a look at this new report and talk about why it could change how drastic the Bank of Canada's decision is, as well as how all this relates to the big banks and reserve funds that are working together in the case of some bad loans. So let's get right into it and make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. The report we're going to look at is the labor force survey for November 2022. If you remember last month, we actually saw a dramatic increase in the amount of new jobs created in Canada, which looks good on the surface, especially if you're someone who's looking to become employed. But that tight labor market statistic doesn't look as good in the eyes of the Bank of Canada, who are more imposing about inflation and the effect that a tight labor market can have on that inflation long term. We're going to flip back to that report, but I think this article does a good job of showing us the numbers in a clear way. Everything in the brackets is last month's number that we saw, and everything that's not in the brackets is related to this month. So for unemployment, we actually saw a decrease in the amount of people unemployed, but at the very same time, we saw a decrease also in the employment rate. So less people unemployed and also less people employed outside. Well, that relates to the participation rate. If you're not familiar with the participation rate, this sort of talks about how many Canadians over the entire country are actually looking for jobs actively, right? Or actually either working or actively looking for a job. These are the people that are included in the participation rate. The people who aren't included in it, some people who are retired or just simply aren't looking for work. So we saw the amount of people who are participating in the economy go down by just like the other 0.1%. And all these numbers are going to become relevant when we start talking about how this is going to impact the Bank of Canada's decision coming up on Wednesday, next upcoming Wednesday. But taking a look at this, here's a stat that I think is also quite important for this conversation, is that we saw that there was a year-over-year growth in the average hourly wage of employees of 5.6% as compared to last November, right? We're seeing average wage paid increase by 5.6% when compared to last November. Now, of course, that 5.6% wage growth is under the current 6.9 CPI inflation, so wages are not keeping up with inflation. Again, this is continuing on. But this has a bigger impact on what the Bank of Canada is thinking around these employment numbers and the inflation rate. All the numbers we just talked about, the unemployment rate being relatively low as well as the average wage being relatively high, again, compared to history, not compared to inflation. Well, this suggests that we're currently in a very tight labor market, meaning it's relatively easy for people to get jobs in the industry and business are declining over those jobs, meaning to raise wages as a result of this. This is counter to what the Bank of Canada is actively trying to do, right? They are trying to increase the unemployment number, and they're trying to decrease the amount of wage being received for two different reasons. First, we talk about how many people have jobs or what that unemployment number is. Generally, the Bank of Canada, when they raise interest rates, incentivizes businesses to sort of cut back on less spending in the economy because it costs more to take on debt. So with higher interest rates, they expect employment to go down, unemployment to go up, and as a result, people to spend less in the economy, right, to cool down the economy, to cool down inflation, which is the main thing they're fighting against. So over the long term, they likely want to see this unemployment number go up at least a little bit to indicate that the market is cooling just like they want it to. Now, when it comes to the wage increases that we're seeing at 5.6% compared to last year, the Bank of Canada does have a unique fear around wage prices continuing to increase over the long term, and that's what they call a wage price spiral. The idea that when you give employees a higher wage, they'll spend that in the economy, and that increases more demand in the economy, inflation requiring you to provide more wages to people because of the cost of living being higher, right? Creates this cycle of inflation sort of self-fulfilling. And the Bank of Canada definitely doesn't want that. Now, some people will say that this wage price spiral theory is not exactly something we're looking at. Certainly, for the labor union is pushing back against this wage price spiral idea, saying that's just something that businesses use to make sure that people raise the course that's so all this suggests that the Bank of Canada might be more aggressive with their next interest rate hike. We're sort of expecting it to be between a quarter of a percentage point to 3/4 of a percentage point increase in interest rates. So we could see us sort of leaning towards the higher end because of the data that we're seeing, saying, okay, the labor market's tight, we haven't totally destroyed the economy yet. But one important thing to note is that, well, this jobs data is lagging, right? We going when we're looking at year numbers. So let's look a little bit more carefully, right? We talked about 5.6% being compared to last November to this November, right? 5.6% increase in hourly wages for Canadians. But let's see what direction you're increasing or decreasing the rate at which you're change in wages for months, right? So here, let's dig into this. So we're going to be looking at this row right here. This is all employees in all industries. It shows what the average hourly rate is here in Canada for employees. We can see this all the way from January 2022 and all the way to the numbers we just saying November 2022. We're going to focus in a little bit more on today's rate. What I'm interested in is at what rate are we increasing wages on a month-to-month basis? And does that make us think any differently from the way the Bank of Canada is looking at this 5.6% year-over-year rate? So I've done a little bit of math behind the scenes, and what I've done is compared August 2022 to September 2022 and saw what rate that increase was month-to-month, and then I multiplied that by 12 to find out, okay, if that rate were to sustain, what would be the wage price increase? So if we were to extrapolate this month-to-month data to what the year-over-year rate would be, we saw between August and September actually a 13% increase in wages, as well as the next month we saw a 10.2% increase, and you're going to extrapolate that out. And then the most recent number is that has slowed a little bit, going to 6.4%. Again, if you extrapolate that month-over-month data between year-over-year number. So there's a chance that Bank of Canada could be looking at this and saying, hey, we kind of recognize that the interest rate hikes that we've done in the past might not be showing up in all the data that we're looking at yet. So looking at the trend month-over-month can give us a better idea, and we can see what that trend is. The pace at which these are coming down. That makes me think that perhaps Bank of Canada will show that hard on this next rate hike. So I guess I'm expecting it to be between 5 and 0.75%, somewhere in that range. Looking at just the top level jobs, it's maybe more than the 75 range. Maybe look at the rate of growth of wages month-over-month. That sort of a dovish signal that it could be increasing by 1 percentage points. But either way, it's expected that rates will rise again when the Bank of Canada makes this decision, which is going to have an effect on homeowners and especially people who pay mortgages. And this is what we're going to get into what the banks just released this week. We got the earnings reports from all the major banks in Canada this week, and it seems that they're creating these special funds to make sure that people will have enough money to cover. We can see just how much they've increased the reserve fund in this chart.
to a slice of you can go with one, just nice and tasty and cannabis. When I sat down with Dr. Pearson, I began by asking how do conservatives effectively communicate their vision and start fighting back instead of apologising.
Conservatives are very good at implementing. That's their strength, even on the temperament side. But on the vision front, they're not that good. And that's partly why it makes them conservative, because if you're a conservative, you don't need a vision in some sense, because what you tend to do is walk the traditional path. And in some sense, that's a replacement for a vision, or it's a traditional vision. And the disadvantage you have, I would say, on that front is that when people push you in relationship to your traditional vision, you may not be able to articulate it well. So someone might object to someone who's conservative. It's like, well, defend marriage. So more people think, well, I thought we already agreed on it. I don't know how to defend that. It's an institution that's been around for all intents and purposes forever. It's part of the general consensus of value. Even to articulate it to that degree is rare. And so conservatives are often taken aback, especially when those questions are also accompanied by a moral accusation. Like, well, it's nothing but a patriarchal institution. And it's also easy to make conservatives feel guilty because they're conscientious. And so if you tell a conservative, you're not doing your duty, they can go, I'm trying to do my duty.
Conservatives have for a long time almost vacated the field when it comes to the so-called culture wars. And we have seen the left march. It's not just through academia anymore, it's in private institutions, it's in corporations, Hollywood. It is far too advanced for there to be a correction or a reversal.
No, there will eventually be a reversal. The question is how much intervening damage are we willing to sustain before that correction occurs? The answer is, people say, well, the pendulum swings back. It's like, yeah, sometimes when it swings back, it has the razor's edge. And it takes a lot of people with it when it's swinging. Venezuela will eventually correct course, but how many people will die as a consequence? So that's not a useful solution. What's the solution? Do you have something to say that you're not saying? If you do, then it's your fault. This is your fault. It's your fault. And you might say, well, I'm too afraid to talk. It's like, fair enough. How afraid are you not to talk? People say to me frequently, they compliment me on my bravery. And I think, you don't understand. I'm not brave. I don't like conflict. I'm way more afraid of losing control than I am of the consequences of saying what I have to say. Because I know what happens when we allow other people to control our tongues. It's not good. It's not good. It's hell itself. And so, of course, it's troublesome to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune when you say what you have to say. So that's not hard. Well, that'll be okay in the moment. It's like, yeah, but unfortunately, your whole life isn't in the moment.
No, but you can understand. I think we can understand why people still hesitate, whether they're someone with profile or someone who's just on a Facebook page and they don't want to state even a very mainstream opinion that's not progressive because there's a cost there, and if the cost works, sustain what you feel.
Funny story about
That's
this.
one of the fundamental.
I totally fucking stole this from Sean. And then one day in the parking lot, he saw me and I was like, oh shit. And he was like, oh shit. Because he was wearing my fucking belt this morning and he fucking stole from me. I was looking at him, I was like, he saw me, he was like, really? That's my store went. I was like, yeah, you went back, I'll take you. He was like, no. Well, she kept walking. I was like, yeah, fuck you. Seriously. Fuck that guy. Anyway, that's my fun story. Fangirl sweater. Ooh, look at this. This is really nice. No idea what the game from. Cool. That's how it works. Hell yeah. Right? Right? Damn, straight. Oh, dear.
Alberta Premier Daniel Smith says her proposed Sovereignty Act will defend the rights of Albertans, but the mayor of Calgary is worried it will actually strip them of their rights. That's because if passed, Smith's cabinet could direct municipalities to ignore federal laws. Calgary Mayor Jyoti Gondek joins me now. So Mayor Gondek, what is your main concern with this new Sovereignty Act?
think it's a little bit vague in terms of the powers that this provincial government could give itself if this passes. And it's a little bit subjective when they talk about things that might be harmful to our province. Who defines what harmful means? And I think it's also very interesting that they're going after unprecedented interference and overreach from the federal government, is how they describe it. And yet they are doing the very same thing to municipalities in this province right now.
Right, so on that point, as written right now, the legislation would allow cabinet to direct provincial entities, municipal police forces, school districts, regional health authorities, the City Council of Calgary, I would pursue, not to enforce federal laws. I mean, what's your response to that, and would you obey if directed not to enforce federal law?
It's a pretty dangerous scenario if you think about it playing out. I mean, if they direct us in a manner, let's use an example that says you can't accept any federal funding directly, what does that do to our affordable housing strategy? Right now, we're able to access rapid housing initiative funds as they are dispersed by the federal government. Our population is desperately in need of affordable housing. So if we get a directive that we can't accept money, that puts us in a really dire position. So no matter how you slice this, it's going to be really tough for municipalities to actually govern and serve their people.
How do you approach it, though? I know it's still in the early stages of the legislative process, and we have yet to see a resolution in the Alberta legislature, but the Premier has voiced her opposition, for example, to the gun regulations that the federal government is contemplating. How do you anticipate the Calgary Police Services would react if ordered not to enforce gun laws?
I think we're all going to be in an incredibly precarious position, and I really hope people start speaking up. I would say that any organization that is a provincial entity is going to be in trouble, either with federal regulators or with the province, depending on what we choose to do. It's a no-win for any of us, so I really hope people start speaking up. I would encourage people to call their provincial representatives, because the weakness being demonstrated by MLAs right now, no, this act is not good. The weakness being shown is going to cost us dearly if they don't say we have to stop this.
The Premier said yesterday she was open to amendments. I mean, what are the biggest changes you'd like to see made to the sovereignty as it exists right now?
Well, if there is an issue with how the federal government is treating us, I would highly recommend going and speaking with official representatives. Build a relationship, voice your concerns, do the very best that you can before you bring in this type of legislation. Because this legislation is only going to send a signal to the federal government that it's going to cost every provincial entity. They are taking this not seriously enough. It is going to be incredibly hurtful for provincial entities, and it's not going to do much to the federal government. So it's not accomplishing what she wants it to do.
There was some concern expressed by the Calgary Chamber of Commerce that the legislative framework under the Sovereignty Act will create a significant amount of economic uncertainty. It could drive investment away from the province at a time when they're trying to attract a lot of capital for the green transition that the provincial economy needs to undergo. What concerns do you have about what this might mean for the business environment and the overall Alberta economy?
So as a city, we have actively launched many campaigns and initiatives to demonstrate to investors and potential residents that we are a great place to live. We're welcoming, we're inclusive. There's a wide variety of businesses that you can practice in our city. And while we are doing that and investing $295 million towards a downtown recovery, while we are trying to strengthen our economy, this provincial government has made us look incredibly incompetent. So I would say to any investors that are out there and anyone who's listening out east, this provincial government is not reflective of who we are as municipalities here. We are driving our economies forward, we're doing good work, and we are a wonderful place.
So can this bill be amended in a way that will actually help the province's economic growth, or is this something that doesn't need amendment so much as skull?
In my opinion, it should not be brought forward. I hope it doesn't see second or third reading. The very fact that it's called the Sovereignty Act tells you everything you need to know about it. In an environment where we should be collaborating with partners at a time that we really need strong investment, we should be collaborating with partners at a time
rapper formerly known as Kanye West has been suspended from Twitter again. It happened after he posted an image of a swastika inside the Star of David. And that was just one of many examples of clear anti-Semitism by Ye in recent weeks. For more, I'm joined by reporter Tony Waterman in Austin, Texas. So, Tony, what kind of reaction is this getting?
Well, this has been met with revulsion, with condemnation, to what has really been this months-long downward spiral of anti-Semitic remarks that has now culminated not just in that Twitter post, but also this rather bizarre interview that Kanye West had with InfoWars host Alex Jones on Thursday, in which he praised Hitler and said that the Holocaust never happened. While that interview was still ongoing, the Republican Jewish Coalition issued a statement saying that enough is enough and calling on conservatives to really make it very clear that Kanye West is a pariah. The conservative social media platform Parler, which Kanye West was in the process of buying, has now said that it has terminated that deal. You also have heard from the Anti-Defamation League calling Ye a vicious anti-Semite. His comments, they say, putting Jews in danger. And of course, the president of the United States, Joe Biden, has also issued a statement. He didn't call out Kanye West by name, but he did say that the Holocaust did in fact happen, that Hitler was a demonic figure, and added that silence is complicity. So really kind of alluding there to Republicans, some of whom have not come out to condemn these comments, but also Kanye West's pre-Thanksgiving dinner with the former president, Donald Trump, at Mar-a-Lago. Also sitting at that table was Nick Fuentes, who is a vicious anti-Semite and a white supremacist.
So speaking of that dinner, there is growing alarm that anti-Semitism and hate is growing in hate speech, and that it's growing and that it's being normalized, it's being mainstreamed.
Yeah, this is a concern that is taking hold here, and of course part of this is something to do with Twitter. Elon Musk took over Twitter, and he says that there has not been this increase in any sort of hate speech impressions, but there was actually 2 studies which were released today that showed the exact opposite, showing that there has been a 3-fold increase when it comes to racist remarks on the platform, a 55% increase in slurs against gay men, and a 61% spike in anti-Semitic remarks. Elon Musk says that he is a staunch supporter of free speech and that wants that to continue on Twitter. Of course, he has now blocked Kanye West's account, but this is a concern, and the fact that you have a lot within the Republican Party who have not directly condemned former President Donald Trump raises a lot of concerns.
Tony, thank you. That's reporter Tony Waterman in Austin, Texas. Anti-Semitism is on the rise in Canada, with anti-Jewish hate crimes hitting record highs in 2021. Some are worried this could incite more violence. We're joined now by Abby Abraham. Abby is the founding chairman and CEO of the Abraham Global Peace Initiative. And Abby, thank you for taking the time to speak to us today. Why do you think that why are we seeing this? Why are we seeing this rise in anti-Semitic views?
Look, it's not as new as some might think. The situation with Kanye is obviously a good thing, but the flip side of it is that it's been increasing for well over 2 decades and increasing in the last number of years. So what we are seeing is all reports here in Canada and around the world are minimal 30 to 35% increase in almost every major city around the world. And that's disconcerting to us in the Jewish community. The Jewish community is feeling under threat, almost under lockdown. Home institutions have heightened security alerts. Kids on university campuses are concerned, and now with this, latest tone from Kanye West and others, it's exacerbating the situation.
Exacerbating? Do you think it's normalizing? That it's mainstreaming anti-Semitism?
Look, a lot of people say that it is mainstreaming in some way. It's becoming just much more acceptable for people to what I've termed purposeful anti-Semitism, which is to say, yes, I
believe Jews are X, Y, and Z, and really fall for the various propaganda and lies and the stereotypes that are there in place. And that's a sad reality when you think about normalization. There is a silent majority, and that's the silent majority we need. We all need to wake up. That silent majority abhors this. As Canadians, as an example, we sent Canadian soldiers to Europe to liberate Europe from the Nazis. And so all of us, in fact, should be upset.
We know.
Increase of Nazism, Holocaust denial, all of that rhetoric should be important to us. It should also be important, I think, to people in minority communities, Black communities.
And you know it's coming.
People who themselves have been targeted. When you think about
You know
the
it's
rise of
coming.
white supremacism as an example, just a few months ago, there was a mass shooting in Buffalo at the Tops Market, and 10 or 11 Black people were targeted and murdered. And so that was a white supremacist who adheres to the same values that Kanye West and the like are spewing. And that's what makes this even more shocking.
And let's speak specifically about Canada, because a lot of the focus is on anti-Semitism in the U.S., but it's here too, and it has been rising fast in recent years, right?
It's been rising fast, and the latest Statistics Canada report, which really compiles all the hate crime incidents across the country from police reports, shows that the Jewish community is the most targeted religious community.
Oh my God! What?
It's just disconcerting for a community that's been part of the fabric of Canada for well over 200 years, and you ask yourself how and why.
Yes,
and
I
of course, the
do.
other communities as well, Black communities, Asian communities, First Nation communities are all targeted as well, and so we have to look at ourselves
that's not what you just said. You just said that you guys are the most targeted. That's just not fucking true. Like, that's ridiculous.
Education, though, isn't completely.
And you just suggested that the Black community should be more involved in the hate against Jews. I'm pretty sure they're dealing with their own fucking problems with the
stopping hate crime is to ensure that
amount of people who
that there are consequences. So that's one area. The other area is social media. Social media is a big time issue, particularly with youth and adolescents on university campuses that are feeling targeted. And I see this Jewish students continuously calling me, how do I deal with this targeted attack against me and my beliefs as a Jewish person? And that is sowing quite substantial anti-Semitism within that environment. And so in Europe, as an example, some countries, like Germany, France, Austria, have actually created legislation to combat hate speech on social media. We don't have that yet in this country. We're trying, but we don't have it.
So those who are feeling targeted, say, on Canadian campuses, what kind of advice do you give them? Do you have for them?
Look, it's a real tough one because, for example, at Queen's University just a few weeks ago, Jewish students were met, as they were walking down the hall with swastikas and graffiti saying, "Kill the Jews."
why?
It's horrific to them, and so as a always suggesting, look, I can come and speak to the university, to the students, etc. They themselves are trying to become much more educated on campus, and they have to get resource help from the universities themselves. To be honest with you, university administrations haven't done a sufficient job on campuses to combat anti-Semitism, and it's become a real problem. So that is one of the key issues that we have. And if anyone is listening on this that is a university president, please take action.
Thank you. Abby Abraham Lolo is the founding chairman and CEO of the Abraham Global Peace Initiative.
Yeah. Crunchy peanut butter.
Hi, I'm Ed Viola. Welcome to the Peacock Global, where we break down what's trending in the business world and what you need to know to stay ahead of the curve. Joining me now is Brett Chang from the Peak Podcast. Welcome, Brett.
Hey, great to be with you as always.
There are no shortage of business stories to choose from this week. In fact, narrowing it down to just 2 or 3 was a bit of a challenge. But let's start with our national pastime. So I'm not talking about hockey here. I'm talking about housing. Remax's crystal ball suggests a return to a more balanced market next year after a few years of activity that I would definitely call not balanced. What are your thoughts?
Getting exercise may seem to be the point, but at the Sherbrooke Care Home in Saskatoon, the real goal is a smile. Down the hall is Sylvia. She's off exercising for freedom. For this dementia patient, that comes with risk.
Here we are.
Amid the hugs with her nurse May, a recognition that Sylvia is prone to falling, wears protective headgear, but isn't prevented from wandering.
In some homes, they would just say, if you're at risk of falling.
Yes. Oh no, we
Just
let
have a
the
chair.
residents live at risk.
What does that mean, live at risk?
Let them lead their life according to how they want to live. Like, we can't save them from injury, but at least they're living their life and being happy. Yeah. Right? Let's play some music.
Elsewhere, Sylvia might be locked down for her own safety, kept from walking far, possibly even sedated.
Yeah. It's still Christmas here.
Here, though, living a more fulfilling life is just as important as mitigating the risks.
But you know what? I know this.
For the CEO, Sue Ellen Beatty, risk goes hand in hand with independence.
Okay, you good? Good. Ow.
For me, Pfizer CEO wrapped by regulators making misleading statements about children.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge, Bev, and I think it isn't getting enough coverage yet, but I think it will. I think there's more to run because the report's going to come out. But essentially, last December 2020, when the vaccine was being mooted for children, lots of people like us were pushing back. Pfizer guy, Albert Bourla, went on TV and said, I don't want to misquote him, that there is no doubt in my mind that the benefit completely are in favour of vaccinating youngsters 5 to 11 against COVID. Kids will have severe symptoms, and there are many people saying there's no evidence for that. What are you doing? Particularly us for them, Molly Kingsley, who has fought and championed children. So she actually made a complaint to the regulator of the pharmaceutical watchdog, the Prescription Medicines Code of Practice, and they initially ruled that not only were they misleading, but it was bringing the industry into repute, and all of those. They appealed. Pfizer had deep pockets, don't forget this. This is what was so brave of us for them. And they appealed, and some of the accusations were dismissed, but the regulator upheld that Pfizer had misled the public on this and that they failed to present information in a factual and balanced way. Now, bear in mind, this is parents. We're trying to give parents the right information, which is what we've been trying to do. We've been trying to say that this is the risk of your child dying of COVID or being seriously ill, and actually this is the risk of the vaccine. Pfizer failed to do that, and they've been told off for it. So this is absolutely massive, and now parents need to be told before those kids have any more vaccine.
Yeah. Why is this not being talked about more, Tanya Buxton, do you think? Because these are the sort of smoking gun moments that many of us have been looking for, as in the pursuit of transparency. We just want the facts. That's all we've ever wanted. Why is nobody, except largely GB News, talking about it?
But also the language that we're accepting that he was misleading. It was an out and out damn right lie. You lied. I wonder why they lied. Oh, I wonder. I'm not allowed to say it out because of course coming off. But what is the reason that they pushed this drug onto our children when they did not need it? And there is a strong element they could suffer side effects. It makes my blood boil. I can't speak about it without really getting so upset that this has been continued and it's brushed under the carpet by most of the mainstream media. Shame on them, it's disgusting. It must be corruption. What's the reason?
Well, I remember, you and I, of course, will know the time when they were talking about the fact that teenagers would need this drug to go into nightclubs, and we have teenagers and we wanted them to live freely, but we have grave reservations about them taking a drug which they patently didn't need. Eric, why do you think this story is not getting talked about enough?
Well,
it's more of a spotlight justice.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there was a consensus around this, and I guess my issue is more, I mean, I'm not super invested in this issue, but what I would say is whatever it is that we disagree on, there should be an open climate of debate where we use evidence. If it's a debate over whether this prevents transmission or not, we should have the numbers and the data. So what I object to is a sort of cancel culture that won't allow for any side to air its views based on data. So that's sort of my big objection to this.
Not that it might harm your child, and that they are completely damaged by
I want
they don't need.
If that's right, then I need to hear that. And that's what I'm saying. But if we can't even, if we have the debate shut down, right, then I'm not going to hear that. And that's what I'm saying. The prerequisite is to have the open debate.
And also, at the time, when Pfizer appealed this, what they said was that Albert Bourla's comments at the time were based on scientific fact. They weren't. That is a lie. There was never any data that healthy children needed this vaccine. Never.
Yeah. Of course, it was all when I look back now and I try to remember, I mean, I can't believe that we're getting towards, somebody just said, it's only a few days till 2023, and we're still processing what happened in 2020. That's how I feel. I'm still getting over it. But do you remember when the Joint Committee on Vaccines and Immunisations was talking about whether they were going to greenlight it to children, they initially said, didn't they, there is no benefit. We're gonna give this decision to the chief medical officers.
Yeah,
and they made the decision.
They relent on it. It took 2 weeks. The JCVI said no, there wasn't outstanding benefit for children for this vaccine. And then within 2 weeks, with lots of
MSN media screaming on the headlines online that children needed it. Suddenly, the JCVI said that they had failed to take into account the social benefits of kids having these vaccines. When have we ever given someone a medication for social benefits, which are spurious?
Yeah, well, the person says the mental health of children because they might be less stressed because they have this drug, and also that the absence in schools, what they fail to account is how many children will be absent in schools for side effects of vaccines. It's just a complete mess. Hopefully, we're going to see more of this, more of these explanations, and more of these people being held to account.
This is democracynow.org for Page Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez as we turn now to look at the largest higher education strike in U.S. history. Some 48,000 graduate students, workers at 10 University of California campuses have entered their third week on strike in an effort to secure a livable wage, more child care benefits, expanded family leave.
What is wrong with the fridge?
A good leader solves problems for people. A stupid leader worsens the situation. Canada and Canadians are constantly fighting to find and maintain their identity against Trudeau's policies. Trudeau tried to exacerbate the migrants' problem in Canada. Quebec has blown the head of the problem itself. Hello and welcome to TFI Global Canada, TFI Global's channel especially dedicated to the Great White North. I'm your host Surabhi. Let's begin with the media report. Canadians are having trouble making ends meet as a result of rising prices. Because of the severity of the issue, the average Canadian cannot afford to buy a home or pay rent. Their kitchens are also struggling to pay high grocery expenses, and Trudeau is deliberating on making matters worse. He's recently unveiled a proposal to annually welcome 500,000 immigrants to Canada. In order to address a major labor shortage, Canada has disclosed plans for a significant increase in the number of immigrants entering the nation. Last week, a new strategy was unveiled by Immigration Minister Sean Fraser. The announcement signals a significant increase from the 405,000 immigrants that came to Canada last year and 465,000 expected to arrive next year. The announcement also signals the growing pains that will come with the booming population, but this is what the federal government ignored while drafting the plan. This information follows the release of the updated census data last month, which shows 23% of the population now constituting of immigrants and permanent residents. Yes, a record high of 23%. That means almost every fourth person in Canada is a migrant. Canada cannot bear any more immigrants, but Trudeau isn't ready to understand the magnitude of the problem. Provinces are now unilaterally fighting against the federal government policies. François Legault, the Premier of Quebec, has a new demand for immigrants, that they all speak French. Legault is worried about the demise of the French language in the Canadian state. Legault's nationalist coalition Avenir Quebec party won re-election in October with a sizable majority, in part thanks to its commitment to preserving French as the language of choice in the 8.7 million people strong province. His Wednesday speech to the Assembly outlined his aims for his second term, which included a proposal to prohibit nearly all economic immigrants who don't speak French by 2026. According to Statistic Canada's report, the proportion of Quebec's population who claim French as their spoken language decreased by 1.5 percentage points to 82.2% between 2016 and 2021. In the province, 80% of current workers mostly speak French at work, 14% speak English at work, and 5% speak both languages. But in Montreal, the biggest city in the province, just 70% of people speak French at work. Legault said the
objective is to stop the decline of French, particularly in
Oh no,
Montreal,
but you
and to
see, here's
reverse
the problem.
the trend.
You
Preserving the
stopped
French language is an
everything.
imperative duty.
You
This
stopped
isn't the
people
first time that
working.
Quebec has taken a stand against Trudeau's
You
immigration
stopped people
policy.
getting
But
served
now
in
Quebecers,
all
the
forms of
and
fucking
NDP
service
MPs want to
industry.
start an investigation into how public money was used to construct facilities close to Roxham Road. Many migrants exploit this border crossing in the Monterrey area of Quebec, south of Montreal, to enter Canada illegitimately and apply for asylum. Legault has filtered Trudeau's decision to flood the country with 500,000 migrants. Now, the migrants would be a problem for other provinces as well. Quebec won't tolerate a headless policy and will bring in a law against the policy. One thing is clear, as the domestic moves increase, no one is ready to welcome more migrants into the country, and justifiably so.
Oh, thank you, Indian woman, for saying it. I cannot. There is no possible way that me, even though like I'm 3 generations of my family here, that doesn't actually mean that I can have any say in what happens here. But especially not when it comes to amount, and specifically which immigrants and which amounts can go where in Canada. Like, oh, that's so weird. Biden got handsy with Macron's wife in front of Jill. Like, what the fuck?
Can you save money by growing hydroponic tomatoes? I live in Saudi Arabia on hydroelectricity, so I gave it a go for 2 years. Gardening costs more than you think. It's not just electricity for the lights. The fixed costs of containers, lights, pumps, and baskets was around $400, so you also need to pay for ongoing nutrients, which was actually more than the electricity. The biggest cost, though, is time. Hydroponics hard. It's hundreds of hours to master, with total failure along the way. One of my crops was taken out by mold. Another tasted like socks. So this is for pleasure. It won't be for profit. If I'd spent all that time just working a normal job, I'd have been able to buy 100 times as many tomatoes as I grew. So no, I don't think you can save money growing hydroponic tomatoes. You'd need a plant that was valuable and much easier to grow, like weed. Can you save money by growing hydroponic tomatoes? I live in Saudi Arabia on hydroelectricity, so I gave it a go for 2 years. Gardening costs more than you think. It's not just electricity for the lights. The fixed costs of containers, lights, pumps, and I was down at the supermarket recently and noticed that butter, bacon, and buns had increased in price. So why don't we just tell farmers that they have to sell to us for less? Give 20% away to hungry people. I mean, they're making a killing with prices being so high, right? This just make them sell it for less solution is the view that many people have around the category of housing program called inclusionary zoning. Inclusionary zoning is a set of policies that typically make a certain number of new units in a community affordable to low-income individuals. So does doing that make housing prices cheaper? Mixing low-income and high-income people together is a good idea and a hallmark of the world's healthier societies. The effect of mixed people together policies are very impressive. A good example are school integration programs in the United States. They had a significant positive impact on the educational outcomes for Black students without bringing outcomes down for existing ones, until those existing families all fled to the suburbs and basically disintegrated the schools again. Now, it wasn't because the Black students got some magic white student energy. The main benefit was getting access to the same facilities, teachers, and level of instruction as the wealthier students. Wealthy families have higher expectations from institutions. They have the time and the money to advocate for his students, get on school boards, get funding, get results. So you can imagine when you do inclusionary zoning, you're adding low-income families not just to schools, but policing, hospitals, transit, parks. It really elevates these families. A lot of grease spills off those squeaky wealthy wheels. So how are we going to pay to subsidize this housing? Will we be taxing offshore wealth? What about a carbon tax or a penis rocket tax? Oh boy, so many valid ways to pay for this undoubtedly good idea. Who is going to make this happen? Property developers. Alright, so how are we actually going to make them pay for this? Well, let's take a look at the inclusionary zoning policy in my city, which applies to all new buildings over 450 square meters. Part of the policy requires 20% of new buildings to be low-income social housing. There are 3 possible methods for the developer to cover that. They can either hand over some land to the city, transfer the units, or just pay money for a project involving between 5 and 49 housing units. The contribution has to be financial. So it's often just a straight-up, very substantial tax. Well, that's no problem. Developers suck, right? We are in a housing affordability crisis, and these developers are doing well. They should be helping to liberalize society. Well, the problem with this mindset can be fixed with a little rebranding exercise. This is the alternative name for the developers of a program impacts. Oh yeah, that's what developers do. When it comes to building, love them or hate them, these are our farmers. Now, I think a lot of people watch too many movies with a developer wanting to demolish a community center when they were young.
Dad's father's gonna bulldoze the building.
Come on, get away with it.
Take the money, Mr. Riley.
Mr. Douglas here is going to build a nice new supermarket.
You mean here? Miracles?
Right. Now, look, you get back to work and you kid. You get out of here.
Comes to the village. We don't need that real estate mogul. Travis.
Yeah, this is bad.
Come on, Walls. We don't have all day. There's 50 more houses to tear down after yours.
As the owner in the
This is our neighborhood.
we're staying. You people are all staying because one family is willing to stand up. Turn that in for the construction site over yonder. What are you talking about? That building site's as clean as the... What's that?
We're starting phase 5 right here where we're standing. We've already made arrangements for relocating the cemetery.
Son of a bitch, you left the body, and you only moved the head stones! You only moved the head stones! Tell your boss over there that you boys are ruining our house.
Oh, my boy, you've had a much richer man than yours.
I'm not interested in your book. I'm talking about the building and all.
You get the house. They're already doing the paperwork.
People think, I hate the condos, the yuppies, and the cigar chomper who built it. But constructing housing, just like farming, is extremely risky and hard. The problem with the property development game is that it's risky and highly leveraged. Most of the money that you are using is friends, families, and the bank's money. With that money, you buy land, coordinate construction between multiple contractors, hire communications people, convince NIMBYs not to protest, and spend years servicing debt with no revenue coming in. As you build the project, things go wrong, literally every week. Sometimes they're small things like a pipe breaking and delaying things by a few days. Sometimes they're big things like finding out that the ground is contaminated and needs to be remediated, delaying a project by years and costing you interest every day. But hopefully, 10 years after you had the idea, when it was just a twinkling tower and you're drowning in dead eyeballs, the all-consuming gamble pays off. Of course, when you started a project a decade ago, you had no idea that it would finish just before a massive financial crisis. You lose. You owe the bank $2 million and lost all your brand money. Better luck next time, old man. The game of property development rewards the players in the good times. Getting through the bad. If it was easy, everyone would do it. It's not easy. It's really hard and risky, which we always forget when the times are good. Now, there are absolutely reasons to involve developers in these policies. Government actually doesn't have a department to construct buildings. They get the developers to bid on things like social housing, The issue is these rules literally make the people who build houses pay for a social program that's mostly needed because they're struggling to build enough houses. It's like solving our food shortage by taxing tractors. Developers aren't the reason houses are expensive. A tax like this just makes their jobs harder to do, which will make the housing shortage worse, which will make the housing overall more expensive, which means even more people get squeezed out of the middle class and then need assistance. This particular program also punishes density because a new detached single-family home doesn't have to participate. But of course, the intention and many of the outcomes are good. So can we keep housing prices low while still getting the great social benefits of inclusionary zoning? Well, first of all, not all of these programs are the same. They are all generally net positive. Some of these programs just require more family-sized units, and it's more of a town planning sort of policy. Some are really good non-penalizing programs. The previous program here rewarded developers with special exemptions to zoning restrictions if they built some social housing units, which meant we often got extra density, great, and social housing at the same time. Many developers jumped on that. It was a real win-win. So I wish the government would focus more on benefit-only programs and just upgrade the density so it becomes a no-brainer for developers to always build social housing. Great, more social housing and lower prices for the society, more money for the developers, more density for the urbanists. But if you really want to go with a tax, there is one group of people that should be footing the bill. Homeowners that bought long ago have made a lot of money doing nothing. In many countries, they don't have to pay tax on millions of dollars when they sell. When enough people get out of paying tax, we don't call it a loophole, but it's a loophole. Politicians have, again, implemented a policy that benefits politically powerful voters. Homeowners vote, old people vote, renters don't, all that shit. It's very easy and perfectly legal to be a small-time property flipper and avoid ever paying tax on millions of dollars. Worse still, when these powerful voters do something, it's often protesting new supply. The main reason that housing is such a huge expense for people in the first place. And because these suburbs keep developers out, they also keep inclusionary zoning out. They end up not being the ones sharing their neighborhood resources with low-income people. It's pretty obvious what has and continues to happen here. Political bullshit that avoids densification and takes advantage of how bad people are at economics or how motivated they are to believe something. Homeowners whose housing has appreciated in value for no real reason other than luck are the ones who should be paying for this tax. But it's a lot easier to blame the property developer boogeyman when the boogeyman only has one vote and isn't your parents, right? Come on down to Page's Restaurant, eat like a death row inmate. Page's Restaurant, where you can be fucking sure you're gonna die soon. So many valid ways to pay for this undoubtedly good idea. Who is gonna make it happen? It's you. Who is gonna make this happen? It's Bunker. Did you guys hear about the Shaw-Rogers merger? Apparently it's going to create lots of new jobs and get remote communities fiber access and stuff. That's great. Sounds good. Wait a minute. We can be sure we're getting Rogered. Could not be fair for ringing our bell. Let's fall forth by the sight of them. Tell us to act a virgin when we're clearly being got by God. That's right, Canada. The oligopoly opera is back. But this time we're getting sold away in the telecommunications sector. In Canada, there are 3 wireless carriers to rule them all. Each has about a third of Canada's market share, which is weird, right? Why are these companies so perfectly split between Canadians? Well, who cares? That's why. They're all the same. They cost the same high price. They offer the same crap service. People are just sorted into 3 baskets. You walk into a random store, often the one that happens to have a special that week, and that's your wireless provider for the next decade. Each carrier also has its own flanker brands, which give the illusion of competition. But $10 off a complete ripoff is still a ripoff. But this is a story about hope. So let's look to the sky. Now, you wouldn't think it, but the sky above your head is a giant highway with multiple lanes of wireless traffic. To prevent crashes, the government licenses who has access to the different lanes. They do this through an auctioning system, which happens when different licenses expire, or sometimes when a new technology like 5G comes along. These auctions usually require seriously deep pockets, especially if you want to get the whole country. If you don't get the whole country, you at least need a bit of the spectrum to kind of horse trade with later.
But you'll notice I said usually. Back in 2008, the government did something good. Good on you, government. When they were auctioning off some of the wireless spectrum, they set aside some for new entrants to the market to spur some competition, because otherwise the big three providers would just outbid everyone as they had before. So wireless startups like Public Mobile, Mobilicity, Wind Mobile, all got going around this time and took advantage of the competition encouraging program. The government has largely kept with that plan of barring the big three for buying everything at these auctions. So even large regional enterprises like Quebec's Videotron have gone in on the action and become operators, buying spectrum and adding a wireless division.
So what happened to our brave little startup hobbits? This shop over here used to be a Public Mobile. But what happened to it? And what happened to its spectrum licenses? Well, in 2013, TELUS purchased it.
Like Fido or Virgin before, it had been turned into a Wraith by its new master. It's now a self-service brand operating on the TELUS network.
Do you, sir?
Their stores are now a couple of hot dog stands in a hall. I don't think that this merger created any jobs. In fact, I think, like almost all mergers, it did quite the opposite. But it's still better than what happened to Mobilicity. Oh boy, here's a viral campaign of them in 2010 outside the Rogers office. Flash mob, very 22. Yes, gloriously awkward. Anyway, they were purchased by Rogers. And yeah, they were totally disemboweled. Not even the bracelets on. They were merged into one of Rogers' flankers. Chatter, I think it is. Don't really know how to say it. You know that it's from 2010 because they don't want to use the E. Right, Rogers? The government let the deal go through on the grounds that their spectrum stay as intended with a smaller carrier. The spectrum was inherited by a most unlikely company, Wind, which now goes by Freedom Mobile, the final hobbit. However, it's not just startup hobbits out there. There are regional providers, which are kind of like regional powers. The first is Videotron from Quebec. Now, Canada is Middle Earth. Videotron would be the dwarves.
They hide in their mountains seeking riches. They do nothing for the troubles of others.
As much as Videotron has Fortress Quebec to wage a war from, it would still be a war. They seem content horse trading with Spectrum to get what they want. You know, they've gone and become a side deal with Rogers for national support. They kind of stopped advancing so aggressively into Ontario. However, there is one more to the west.
It is in men.
Freedom Mobile was bought by this regional provider of the West to enter a fellowship, the only surviving hobbit from this government initiative, and their spectrum is now in their care. And you know what? Since 2008, mobile wireless prices in Canada have generally trended downwards, with a lot of thanks being owed to the work of this one little company and its regional protector. Freedom Mobile, in most cases, offers the lowest price for each basket in regions where they offer service. Why do we all now have access to unlimited data plans? Freedom did it first, and after a year of bleeding customers, everyone else had to start offering their own. But this brings us to the problem. That regional provider that Freedom is now owned by is an Albertan communications and cable company called Shaw.
Men are weak. The race of men is fading.
That's what's now happening. The only serious independent wireless company in Canada is being absorbed as part of this deal. Instead of owning those customers, they will buy them. They will take the spectrum and kill.
happened? I don't know.
I'm going to go to Dollarama before I go see that because Maxie's never has anything. Dollarama had nothing. And now on my way back, I stop at Maxie's, they have everything.
Oh, really?
And I got like 5 phones.
I'm telling you, go to the Maxie's in, what do you call it? Target. Well, no, I don't mean like fucking like right now, but like if you actually want to do a real grocery run ever, that's honestly like well worth the trip. Honestly, you might pay like, and you can go to the IGA. Even I actually went to the Maxie's to get Jack's duck treats, and they fucking I got so excited I actually yelled in the aisle. I was like ah, and it was with the fucking potato. And it was $15 for the big bag, and then if they had the chicken one, but it's the small bag, and it was still $15. I was like, but they're the different sizes. Why would they be the same price? But no, I was really surprised. The Maxis there is like changed a lot, like a lot more competent, pleasant. Not so like stay on welfare and sketchy like who wants to jack your shit. I'm gonna say who makes it, but I feel like
Eric, I'm back. Alright. See you in a bit. Alright, bye.
who's that?
Eric.
Oh. I think it's the dog.
No, that's the other. This is actually still good.
I thought everybody just like knew that common rule where there's like too many people with the same name, start using last names.
Yeah, but in the computer, Eric, I have him as Vessel.
As what?
Vessel.
Oh.
That's his family name. That's true. Eric. Tolerant, the same reason I was there. Maybe when there was for baggies, and so up in there.
How is it that you don't have bags? Never mind. Yeah.
Wait, talk.
The fact.
That's quick. And it's terrible. She's with favorite woman kids. I'm dating another one. Like they're on the 25th part. Yeah, I'm inviting her for all this. It's terrible. Nothing feels good. They go all like this. It's terrible. I was happy to get on this. They got good night. I believe them. say we turn up the heat in here.
Are you getting fresh with me?
No, I'm getting frozen.
Oh, you really can't dance.
Baby, it's cold inside.
This feeling's great,
But baby, it's cold inside.
Inflation has been
hoping we both warm it.
raising the price.
This thermostat has turned to ice.
Like it is warm and furry.
Why are you trying to hurt me?
It's warm in the floor.
Gonna need like 65
I
more.
like your doubles like an
That's so cold you won't even
Well,
scurry.
baby, just to have to leave.
I didn't know that we were this cold. Baby, it's crispy here.
If we made in the sea,
Can't feel my dips in here.
I wish I knew
My
how
covers
to
are down.
imagine well.
All billionaires can go to hell.
It's just the kind of no-go for
Mind if I bring this
it's the option
closer?
that the people just hide.
That 'cause I have no pride. The burn is the morning.
So that it's fine.
Inside. Baby, you're warm inside.
Come on, my dear.
It seemed like just a few weeks ago, Ontario's Minister of Finance was here with some decent news about the province's books, while warning there were still challenging times ahead. Well, we got the rest of the story earlier this week when the Treasurer unveiled the province's full economic statement. Let's get into the details with the MPP from Pickering, Uxbridge. There's Peter Bethlen-Falvey, who joins us now in studio. Welcome back.
Great to be with you again after a few short weeks.
Indeed. Let's go through the numbers here, shall we? Michelle Rose, our director, shall bring up the numbers now. This is $200 billion worth of 2022-23 budget. That's nearly $120 million more than was projected in the actual budget that you unveiled earlier this year. And here's a look at how some of that spending rolls out. For healthcare, north of $75 billion. That's almost 38% of the provincial program spending. Education clocks in at almost $32.5 billion. Interest on the debt is a biggie, $13.6 billion. That's almost 7% of all spending. And COVID-19, which is an item you wouldn't have seen on the budget a few years ago, $7.5 billion. Time limited spending, obviously. Let's go through a few more numbers here. GDP growth in 2021, 4.3%. In 2022, 2.6%. Say employment in September of this year was 2% higher than pre-pandemic February of 2020. Right. Next year, we're looking, though, at smaller numbers. 0.5% increase in 2024, over 1.6% growth, and in 2025, finally back up over 2%. And what about deficits? Well, the deficits went through the roof during COVID. The projected deficit in 21-22 was north of $33 billion. Now you say the 2022-23 deficit will be just shy of $13 billion. That's a big number, but it's $7 billion lower than projected in the budget earlier this year. And this was after you announced, as you did last time you were here, a $2 billion surplus in September, the first surplus since 2008. For 2023-24, that fiscal year, you're anticipating an $8 billion deficit. And by 24-25, you are forecasting a very small $700 million deficit. There's no indication in this fall economic statement as to whether the budget is balanced. $700 million shy of 24-25. I think we can take some guesses, which we may come back to in a second. Okay, lots of numbers there, Treasurer. In your view, what does the public need to know? Which is the most relevant set of numbers there?
Yeah, the most important numbers are the fact that we have a plan to invest, as you highlighted, in critical areas such as healthcare, education, the infrastructure. We got to build things, not just for today, but for tomorrow. And then we're making progress on the fiscal situation, on the economic uncertainty. Seeing the deficit
That was actually pretty impressive.
$7 million lower than we
White
thought,
duck.
which we then borrow less, which means lower interest costs.
Because your Chris is
Continuing to stick with our plan.
we both got bird type last names.
Healthcare, education.
That's funny.
Budgets, of course, are financial documents, but they're not only financial documents, they're also political documents. And I will circle back to that little comment I made now about the deficits. One can't help but note that the budget will be almost balanced in 2025. The next election happens to be taking place in 2026. I'm sure that's just a coincidence, right?
It is. It is. And I'll tell you why, Stuart. Yeah, I'll tell you why. You know in the document, Steve, because I know you went through all 150 pages of the fall economic statement that we provide scenarios. Because, you know, you don't know any better than I do. Than the people who want to hear what the future's going to be. What's important to
I'll be honest.
environment is make sure you have prudent fiscal
I was not expecting that.
lay out how we're going to spend the taxpayers' money. And every 90 days, every quarter, I'm out in front of the public saying, this is how we spend your money and this is how we think it's going to go. In that document is 3 different scenarios: faster growth scenario, slower growth scenario, and what our expectations.
Could be worse. I could be working customer service right now.
We're going to balance the budget even sooner.
How about you?
So that isn't anything we can certainly forecast with precision. Now, if things are worse, the deficit will be higher. We'll be going to the electorate with
That's weird.
a higher deficit.
And what do your forecasters tell you about recession?
Yeah.
Well, they've definitely, we rely on private sector forecasts, and we've seen them come down. There's no question. We're not an island here in Ontario and Canada. We're part of the global economy. The Russian invasion of the Ukraine hasn't fully played out. We have supply chain still issues around the world with China and other jurisdictions. We're seeing central banks around the world increase interest rates to combat inflation. So there's a lot of economic uncertainty out there.
You are so boring. Well,
27, our government fought hard so that the world did not backslide on phasing out fossil fuel subsidies and coal, and reiterated our commitment to phase out fossil fuel subsidies within the next 2 years. We're taking real action to fight climate change, having already phased out 8 tax breaks for the sector and committed to over $100 billion to climate action. While conservative politicians want to make polluting free again, we will keep pushing forward on our ambitious and achievable plan.
A gruesome discovery at Ukraine's embassy in Madrid Friday. A blood-soaked package containing animal eyes was sent to the diplomatic mission. Spanish police cordoning off the site as part of their probe. Kyiv says similar parcels were also sent to Ukrainian embassies across Europe, where security is now being stepped up. Earlier this week, 6 letter bombs were sent to addresses in Spain, including the Ukrainian embassy, where an employee was hurt after a bomb exploded. Investigators say the Ukrainian embassy in the U.S. also received a letter, but that one contained an article that was critical about Ukraine. Authorities are still working to find out who sent the suspicious packages. Ukraine's foreign minister says they have reason to believe the deliveries are part of a well-planned campaign of terror and intimidation. To Russia, the Kremlin demanding Friday that the West recognize the territories in Ukraine that Moscow claims to have annexed. That's just one of the conditions they have for peace talks, adding that Russian President Vladimir Putin is open to negotiations. He's rejecting a call to pull his troops out of Ukraine in order for discussions to go ahead, dismissing that request from the West as unacceptable. Putin's response coming a day after U.S. President Joe Biden suggested he'd be open to meeting with the Russian leader.
I'm prepared to speak with Mr. Putin. If in fact there is an interest in the end society he's looking for a way to end the war, he hasn't done that yet.
Biden saying Thursday, though, he has no immediate plans to contact Putin. Russia's war on Ukraine is inching closer to the 10-month mark. On Friday, a top official in Kyiv revealing the devastating toll the war is taking on Ukrainian forces, saying up to 13,000 troops have been killed since the start of Russia's invasion. Melissa Duggan, City News.
Of Canada, which we'll share with you in just a moment. But I want to set the stage for it here because this is Pierre's first interview with True North since he became the leader earlier this year. We spoke to Pierre a number of times during the leadership race, and I've certainly interviewed him before. He's always been very accessible to independent media. Since he's become leader, we've asked him for an interview, and this is the first opportunity we've had to sit down with him. And just to basically set the stage here, one of the challenges in Canadian conservative politics is that people will talk one way in the leadership race, and then once they've become the leader, they'll pivot and start talking in a very different way. To Pierre Poilievre's credit, we haven't seen much of a pivot so far. For example, he spoke about defunding the CBC during the leadership race and has continued to talk about defunding the CBC now that he is the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. But obviously the mainstream media has had a bit of a freak-out. They don't believe he is being as successful to them as they would like. He's only done one official Ottawa Parliamentary Press Gallery press conference since he became the leader, and was basically heckled during that for not doing 4 questions or something to that effect. So we're very grateful to have the opportunity to sit down with Pierre Poilievre in Ottawa. Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre, thank you. Thanks for having me. Let's start first off with this discussion because you faced a fair bit of criticism from the Ottawa Parliamentary Press Gallery type being inaccessible to media. And I know in recent weeks you're sitting down with me, you've spoken to ethnic media, you've been on radio shows, but you've not done that.
Looks pretty good to me.
Press conference approach to politics. So why is that?
Well, first of all, I think that too long the debate in Canada has been dominated by a very small group of rich elites, mostly in Ottawa, who believe that they should have a monopoly on the political discourse. I don't agree with that. And so I made a point. I also agree with the idea that the press gallery represents all the media in Canada. There's plenty of media that are not part of the press gallery. And I don't believe they should be excluded. So instead, I've talked to all the cultural media in Toronto, Vancouver, and elsewhere. I've done one-on-one interviews with news outlets like yours, but also talk radio, social media, and I've used my platform in the House of Commons. I think those combined methods are the best way to communicate directly with Canadians. Go around.
Jesus. I really don't have the name really changed in the last name, but you guys talking about the Sudan thing? It's something about losing up the stream that
All of this stuff should be taken seriously, and we all know that there is a question about the culture in hockey. Hockey Canada has a reputation problem right now with the way that they handle
No.
So we're joined right now by MP Peter Truly, who is asking for some he's asking all the correct questions, is what he's asking, and he's joining us right now. First of all, thank you very much for your time. Did you pay attention? So when you see these numbers, and again, the way I put it, I'm not diminishing because 900 is 900 too many, but when you see these numbers, what are your immediate questions that you'd like to answer?
Well, I mean, with Hockey Canada, we've seen over the last few months absolutely a disastrous approach on public relations rather than dealing with issues which include discrimination and racism.
Sexual assault.
We've covered it all up for many, many years. And the reality is, we have hockey parents that are registering their daughter or son in Hockey Canada programs. They depend on Hockey Canada making sure that it is safe for their kids, and at the same time, they believe that there should be the federal government making sure that if Hockey Canada is cleaning up its act, that the federal government stepping in. And what the reality is, over the last number of years, Hockey Canada has not taken the strong stand against racism, against sexual abuse, and the federal government has been nowhere up until now in actually putting into place a framework that Hockey Canada and other national sports organizations are obliged to follow. So I find the numbers, when you take each of the individual cases, that's where I feel sad. Within our national sport, that so many people are involved with and so many people believe in hockey, that we haven't had the oversight from Hockey Canada and we haven't had the oversight from the federal government. That means that kids can play hockey and have fun and stay safe, and that has to change.
So these 900 cases, every one of them should be taken, at least investigated. 512 penalties for discrimination were called by officials, while 415 allegations were investigated after the fact. What I'd like to know about this report, it's the first that Hockey Canada has ever come out with these numbers, and this is for 2021-2022. So it is during year. Is this something that they were compelled to do after the fact because of all of the other problems that they've had? Or is this something that they had committed to do before the couple of shoes had fallen this past year?
That's a great question, sir. Because the reality is they committed a number of years ago to do this, to compile the statistics and to publish the statistics. When we have the hearings in Parliament, on Parliament Hill, I asked my clients, are you compiling these figures? And we had radio silence in the same way we had radio silence from the leadership at that time of Hockey Canada on a whole range of other issues. So I think that if some would has come out of the parliamentary hearings this summer, and the public reaction, the public loss of confidence, the sponsors who abandoned Hockey Canada, the federal government withdrew funding, is that now Hockey Canada's interim leadership is feeling compelled to start moving forward on these commitments that were made years ago. So in that sense, I see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, that at least the figures were published and made public. That is only a first step, but it's an important one after years of Hockey Canada simply not doing what it had promised to do. So I think your question is perfect. It's valid. I think Hockey Canada is finally been compelled to act because of the loss of public confidence that we've seen across the country.
What confidence do you have that Hockey Canada is going to turn into an organization that we as a nation can be proud of, given the fact that they should have done that after Sheldon Kennedy and Baron Fleury stepped forward years ago?
That That as well is a great question, and it means, I think, because the public has lost so much confidence, sponsors have withdrawn. There's now financial challenges around Hockey Canada because the provincial federations are refusing to forward on registration fees. All of that has forced the board to resign. They're not running again. The chief executive officer stepped down as well. And I think we're starting to see change because they actually published the figures and made them public, which means that now we can count how the progress of Hockey Canada is faring. Next year, when the next figures are published, we'll be able to compare whether the problem's getting worse or getting better. So I'm cautiously optimistic that all of the chaos that we've seen in Hockey Canada, that finally the right decisions are being made, and hopefully we will see policies from Hockey Canada that will ensure that we see a marked decrease in these cases of discrimination and racism, and we have a federal government who will finally step up and ensure that not only Hockey Canada, but all the other national sports organizations are making sure that kids are safe in sports. Yeah. That's the reality. We all want kids, when we register our kids in hockey programs or any other sport, to make sure they're safe, and that happens in the case. We see sexual abuse, sexual violence, we see racism and discrimination, and all this has to lead to a culture change within hockey and other sports nationally.
All right, thank you, Peter. Peter is NETFT joining us. Are you in Ottawa right now, or are you back in Burnaby?
I'm in Mississippi State.
That's what I was going to say. Are you in Westminster, BC, or Burnaby? Apparently, you're in Westminster, BC. Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks so much. Good to be with you.
Good to be with you. I want to say this about hockey in this country. That 520,000 people played under the umbrella of Hockey Canada. And while there is douchebaggery amongst those players, with more than 900 incidents of discrimination, the overarching theme should be that hockey might have a toxic problem, but it's not that it is the fabric of the game. I do not believe the vast majority of players, moms and dads who take their kids to hockey get up like at 5 o'clock in the morning for a 6 o'clock practice. That's hockey in this country, and we should remember that. There's not these 900 incidents. But in doing that, we should recognize, yeah, there is a bit of a problem, and we want to make sure that we do not tolerate that and just go, oh, those are some of those boys just being some of those boys. We shouldn't have those boys just being some of those boys any longer. But in the defense of the 520,000 registered hockey players last year, and the vast majority of great parents who all raise their eyebrow when there's a lunatic parent, it shouldn't be seen. Hockey Canada doesn't mean hockey in Canada. It's just something we need to fix to have hockey be normal in Canada again. Updates for the CJD 800 Traffic Center. Still just under 10 minutes to hit the South Shore on the Montreal side approach of the LaFontaine Tunnel.
Watching closely. The Bank of Canada is going to look at this labor market as still too tight, still too hot for its comfort. Steep wage gains and robust job growth came in south of the border too, where U.S. employers added 263,000 jobs last month, despite the central bank's recent efforts to cool the economy with aggressive interest rate hikes. They've already raised rates a lot, and a lot of the impact of that unemployment won't show up until we move further into 2023. So with a labor market that remains resilient, the pressure on central banks continues, with economists predicting interest rates will go up again next week. Nisha Patel, CBC News, Toronto.
After 2 years of COVID restrictions, this year's big challenge for holiday shopping is soaring inflation. You know what that's like as a consumer. And tonight we want to get the perspective from the other side of the counter. So we're checking in with 3 shopkeepers from across the country. Joanne Milios is the owner of Grand Milano Toy Company here in Vancouver.
Alex McLean owns East Coast Lifestyle Clothing in Halifax, and Colette Liebert is the owner of the Clarendon Trading Company, a vintage and sustainable clothing store in Toronto. Joanna and Alex, I talked to both of you last year, so let me begin with this question to, let's say, Joanna. How do things compare this year in terms of retail to last?
You know, I gotta say, it's still pretty much on track as it was from last year. Last year was a good year, and I'm happy to say I'm happy to be back this year because that means it's a good year once again.
And then we hear so much about inflation, Joanna. Are you seeing any differences? You're in a reasonably nice neighborhood in Vancouver, so I don't know what it's like for your clientele, but any different choices because of inflation?
Oh, absolutely. We've seen an increase right across the board with all our toy products. Even Lego, who had to increase their prices for a number of years, is increasing their pricing. I think people are just used to it, though. It's kind of like we've already been hit with the shock, the sticker shock, and it's kind of like it is what it is. So people are biting the bullet. They may be making a few other different choices as opposed to what they maybe would have bought, but people are still purchasing, and especially when it comes to toys for the kids and Christmas, I think it's going to be big.
And Alex, compare for us 2022 from your perspective, your store in Halifax compared to 2021.
Yeah, it was an interesting one this year, Ian. So our online sales were better than last year, but our brick and mortar sales were pretty much the same as last year. So we're still kind of seeing an increase of online traffic from the pandemic. And just for putting a lot of effort into social media through that 2-year period really helped us grow our social media following, which in lead helps us sell more clothing online. But as you mentioned there, inflation has affected us as well. All of our costs for clothing and apparel have gone up, and even delivery times has almost doubled. So it's definitely affected our business a lot, and we're trying to make the most of everything that we can.
And we'll talk more about that in a moment, but let's bring Colette into the conversation. Your first time talking to us. So we didn't speak with you last year, but compare for us year over year. What's different, if anything?
Yeah, so thank you so much for having me. So yeah, it's been a big difference, especially I noticed the major change at the end of the social benefits that a lot of us had. The CERB ending kind of made a really big difference in the purchasing habits of people. Clothing is my industry. Clothing, to a certain extent, is a necessity, but to some degree it is a luxury as well. So I did notice this year, especially particularly around the end of that CERB ending, people were a little bit more restrictive with their purchasing habits, a little bit more selective. We did kind of have to restructure a little bit of our price points, especially in person. Online, there was a little bit more flexibility there. We did also see an increase in online sales, but people are definitely a little bit more conscious of how they're spending.
And so from what I understand, Colette, looking at the notes, you kind of feel like you're maxed out in terms of what you can charge, but your costs are going up. So what do you do as a storekeeper to try to deal with that?
At the end of the day, as any business venture, there's going to be lots of hurdles and lots of boundaries and different things that you're going to have to face. So for us, we found that we really just had to be a little bit more creative. Creative on our online, creative on in-store, not just offering different promotions, but offering, real incentives that people can see the value in that would make them want to get out of their house and, venture into our retail locations to, spend their hard-earned money. As we all know right now, things are a little bit tighter than they were, let's say, last year or in previous years. So people are being more conscious, and that onus is now on us as business owners to really showcase that value and provide people with something that they can not only afford but feel comfortable